It's up to midnight. All right, listen. Shout out to all the returning subscribers. First of all, got a big all you lot up. Shout out all the moonwalkers. Of course, you know what I mean? Because you know why you're here. Shout out to if you have not subscribed, you might as well hit the subscribe button, turn on your post notification because we got content galore coming, especially if you are a Michael Jackson fan as well. Do you know what I mean? More is coming, get me, especially in regards to a lot of other stuff. But listen, it's October 31st, 2025, and you already know, you see the leather jacket, get me, you see the leather jacket, and it's red. So obviously you know what time it is. Yeah, so first, we're going to react to, shout out to the detail, yeah, we're going to react to the epic video that almost never happened. Yeah, you heard right. The epic video that almost never happened. Yeah, Thriller almost never happened. It sounds mad to even say that, but because this is the video that literally changed the game. It changed the game to the point where if you see someone wearing a red leather jacket, you're going to assume it's Michael Jackson Thriller. That's what you're going to automatically think. Nicholas Jackson did the celebration when he scored. Who was he score against? I think he was against West Ham when he was at Chelsea. Do you know what I mean? So come on, man. Let's keep it moving. Let's go. And that was in 2024, I believe. But anyway, let's keep it moving. No delays. Think about that. Why this advert is there? You have to think about the content, like the inspiration he has in different cultures. Amazing.
This is Thriller Forever, a video.
The video. Wait. Let's keep it moving.
Series chronicling every detail in the construction, release, and lasting impact of Michael Jackson's musical juggernaut.
Listen, we'll react to that like soon within the stream. So make sure you stay tuned. Get me. Thriller Forever, making of a modern day masterpiece. So let's keep it moving. Let's go.
Even though Jackson writes human nature, the unencumbered emotion in his voice gives.
Oh, I see what he did. I see what the DL did. All right, it's cool. Creativity situations call for creativity situations. You know what I'm saying? I hear what they're saying. Let's go.
No doubt that Jackson found resonance in its lyrics. An outsider from his window looking onto a thrilling city, the singer fantasizes about stepping out and connecting with the life that surrounds him, yet appears to be out of reach. Michael Jackson attempts to take himself off the pedestal of fame and pursue a woman he is interested in. The yearning for freedom and authentic personal connection being universal.
I was raised on the stage, and that's where I'm comfortable. And everything else is like foreign to me. I'm just beginning to know and learn about people, friendship, and things like that.
You know how tough that is? It's learning about friendship and all that stuff there. And when you deep it, most of his friends did him dirty. Just saying. You know what I mean? Like, let's look at the one person that was supposed to claim to be his friend, but tried to use his likeness to make money from him, basically, from that album. What album was it? I forgot the name of that album. Do you know what I mean? It's mad. And that was a posthumous, I can't even say the word, posthumous album as well. So that makes it even more, not even scary, that makes it evil. But I don't care what no one said, that's evil. How can you use someone's likeness to be able to create money? First of all, yeah, this is what I believe. Michael Jackson's estate should be controlled by his family. Now, not just any family member, but I'm just thinking, you know what? Who is the, like, other than Michael Jackson, who is literally the most successful and the most creative? Isn't it not Janet Jackson? Obviously, she has her own thing to deal with, but I'm saying she could obviously have Randy, for example. I know he's like, is he the youngest? Like, he could handle things of that nature, even though he's Janet Jackson's manager as well. So I don't know, I could be wrong. Or, and this is depending on their age, but obviously they're now adults, his kids cannot take control. That's just my personal opinion. But let me know what your thoughts are in the comments below.
However, Rob Temperton wasn't satisfied just writing the more frivolous pop tracks on the album and was inspired to write something more theatrical to suit Jackson's larger-than-life stage persona.
Stop right there. Listen. First of all, we got to understand Michael Jackson himself was so peed off that he was only being recognized for R&B. Like, think about it. With Quincy Jones and obviously Rod Temperton and other people that were involved with the Off the Wall album, as successful as that album was, Michael Jackson was so peed off. He said, "You know what? I'm going to go write Thriller, the album Thriller." Basically, like, he may have not wrote the song Thriller, is what it is, but for the most part, he did co-produce and co-write most of the song on the album. You know what I mean? And he did want to go in a different direction. So it is what it is, man. So, anyway, keep moving.
Temperton improvised with bass and drum patterns until he developed the bass line that runs through the track. Then he wrote a chord progression that built to a climax. He recalled, quote, "I wanted it to build and build, a bit like stretching an elastic band throughout the tune to heighten suspense." Temperton's first version was titled Starlight, with the chorus lyric, quote, "Give me some starlight, starlight sun."
I'm not gonna lie, you would have never, like, when I heard that version, because they released that on the 40th anniversary of the album, and I can see why Thriller ended up being Thriller. You know what I mean? Like, instead of it being Starlight, it's like, it still sounds good, but Thriller just sounds like a monster smash. Pun intended. Let's go.
Quincy felt that the song should be the album's title track, but felt Starlight was not strong enough of a title. Instead, they wanted something much more mysterious to match Jackson's evolving persona. Saying to the songwriter, quote, "You managed to come up with a title for the last album. See what you can do for this one." Temperton revealing, quote, "I went back to the hotel, wrote 200 or 300 titles, and came up with Midnight Man." Jones felt Temperton was going in the right direction, but still wasn't quite there yet. Quote, "The next morning I woke up and I just said this word. Something in my head just said this is the title. You could visualize it at the top of the Billboard charts. You could see the merchandising for this one word, how it jumped off the page as Thriller."
Wow.
With the title decided.
I need to hear Rod Temperton himself speak on this, because it's easy to hear someone else say, "These are the quotes. This is what he said." It's easy to do that. But when you hear it from themselves, it's a different feeling. Like, yeah, let's go.
Temperton wrote its lyrics within a couple of hours. Somehow, the British songwriter picked up on Jackson's love of horror movies and gave.
Till this day, I only realized he was British. Nah, wait. Time out. Where in Britain? Don't tell me South London. Nah, or it could have been Liverpool for all we know. Do you know what I mean? For some reason, Liverpool have a great singers or artists. Do you know what I mean? It is what it is. I don't know how to explain it. Don't ask me. I don't know. All right? From South London, I do know. Do you know what I mean? However, let's keep it moving. Let's go.
Give the lyrics a more ominous feel. The song found a balance between a Broadway-style narrative and a thumping, irresistible dance floor beat. Temperton envisioned a spoken word sequence for the ending, but did not know what form it should take. It was decided that it had to be performed by a famous voice from the horror genre, with Jones's then-wife suggesting her friend Vincent Price. Temperton composed the words.
Do you see the power of networking? That's the power of networking. Vincent Price, the connection to Vincent Price. No. Time out. Wait. You can't just think about it. The voice of Vincent Price. Like, he is the voice of horror movies. If you know, you know.
What form it should take. It was decided that it had to be performed by a famous voice from the horror genre, with Jones's then-wife suggesting her friend Vincent Price. Temperton composed the words for Price's part in a taxi on the way to the studio on the day of recording. Quote, "Rod wrote this brilliant Edgar Allan Poe spiel," said Jones, "and Vincent really understood it. Vincent did it in 2 takes. incorporating sound effects such as creaking doors, thunder, footsteps, wind, and howling dogs, or more like Michael giving his best imitations. As soon as you hear the opening of Thriller, it's difficult not to conjure up visuals for its short film. But before its iconic imagery was burned into our collective consciousness, Thriller was just this catchy but kooky track in the middle of an otherwise mature album. For that reason, Thriller was not initially planned as a single, as Epic saw it being more of a novelty song.
About 20 years ago, Tony Robbins taught Hugh Jackman how to reach the pinnacle of his career. He helped him win a Golden Globe and receive.
When asked, Walter Yetnikoff saying, quote, "Who wants a single about monsters?" However, after the album dropped from the top of Billboard 200 in the summer of 1983, having spent months at #1, the singer urged Yetnikoff to help conceive a plan to return the album to the top of the charts.
Bear in mind, months at #1, released singles after single. The album was still in the charts. He was still hitting #1 with those singles as well. And you're telling me he said, I still want to be #1. But bear in mind, I believe Michael Jackson did say at one point that he wrote in the mirror that it's going to be the best-selling ever album. I think he put a number on like 100 and something million or something like that. I can't remember verbatim, but I'm sure as we progress into this, that maybe we'll hear that. If you don't, I will try and find that video because I'm pretty sure I've heard it. Same way when I was reacting to that other live stream in regards to Michael Jackson and got to that video in regards to his wealth, his financial wealth and stuff. And I mentioned he was a billionaire. It was mentioned he was a billionaire by the age of 29. And I had to find that video, the video of them saying it. And I was right. I was right. They literally said he was a billionaire by the age he was 29 in 1987. Let's keep it moving. Let's go.
Obsessive about his sales figures, Jackson's manager Frank DeLeo suggested releasing Thriller as a single, backed by a new music video. Quote, "It's simple. All you've got to do is dance, sing, and make it scary."
No. Tell Michael Jackson all you got to do is just dance and sing and make it scary. Michael Jackson's going to be like, all right, bet. Bet. Nah. Dance. Nah. Hey, is what it is. And that just shows you as well why having a great manager definitely helps, because the manager is also a visionary as well. The manager has to have their own vision for their artist that they're managing, but the artist also has to have their own vision, of course. But if you can pair it together and feel like, this is a good idea, make it a single, that they can see the vision for it. You know what I mean? So shout out to all the managers. Do you know what I mean? The managers that really manage. Yeah. I'm going to mention one manager before, but again, I don't know his details like that. Not details. I don't know how. I don't know his success rate with other artists, but I know that he was a manager of artists, and you know what I mean. But let's keep it moving. But he's from South London as well.
After seeing the 1981 horror film An American Werewolf in London, Jackson contacted its director John Landis. A bold move, as film directors had not worked on music videos before, but Landis was...
Wait. Time out. So are you telling me Michael Jackson is the first ever artist to have a film director to film a music video? And bear in mind, there are many other film directors that have started in music videos that ended up directing films. Do you see that transition? But this is why I wanted to also react to Ghost, because guess who's the director for that? Steven Spielberg. Do you know what I mean? And I'm pretty sure. Remember the time? I know it's directed by John Singleton, but I'm pretty sure before that he directed the movie Boys in the Hood. Do you see where I'm going with this? Michael Jackson's a genius. And obviously, if you're gonna go for the best, go for the best. Get me? Don't mess about.
Intrigued.
I thought, I don't want to do a video. They're commercials to sell records. That's not my interest. And then I thought,
Damn! That's a bit harsh. Man said they're just commercials to sell records. He's right. Nah, he's 100% right. But that was a harsh way to say it. That was a really harsh way to say it. A commercial to sell records. When you put it that way, damn. And let's think about how much money you potentially lose or gain. There's a lot of artists that actually generally lose more money than they gain when they make music videos. You know what I mean? And you think about back then, how much money is actually generally spent to actually make videos. Like, I'm sure they'll get into the numbers of how much money it took to make Thriller, like not the album, but the music video. I'm sure they'll get into it. But let's keep it moving.
Wait a minute. It'd be fun to shoot a musical number correctly. I had hoped that to exploit his celebrity to bring back the theatrical short. And he was very enthusiastic about it. And I went home and I wrote a script that would be a 2-reeler. And I brought it back and he loved it. He said, though, the only difference was he said, "Can the zombies dance?" Sure.
The director suggested they make a theatrical short on 35mm film with the production values of a feature film. Rather,
35mm. I don't know what that means. I'm not a film director. I'm not a cameraman. I'm not none of that. However, I did study media studies, but bear in mind, I didn't understand that if you film on certain technology, like the highest of the highest and the best at the time, that decade later, that if technology does change, you're able to evolve with the times of that. You see this thumbnail for this live stream, or if you're watching the playback, you see the thumbnail for it. Look at the quality. Look at the quality. Like, you know what I mean? What are we talking about here? Hit the subscribe button, turn on your post notification. Let's keep it moving. Let's go.
in a standard music video. With a budget of $500,000, Thriller was going to be a much larger endeavor than any other music video before it. According to the director, when he called Walter Yetnikoff to propose the film, he swore so loudly Landis had to remove the phone from his ear. From the record label's perspective, they had little interest in making another video, believing that the album had already peaked. MTV, who benefited greatly from Jackson's earlier visual output, had a policy of not financing music videos.
Yeah, you see? And here's the thing. They had a policy of not financing music videos. But remember how they did Michael Jackson dirty, and most black people dirty, by not playing many black people or black people at all. Do you know what I mean? Like, it was who was it from CBS, or was it Epic or CBS? One of the labels who mentioned to them about they will pull all their artists, including the rock artists, from their station, from their TV station, if they don't play Michael Jackson. They made that threat. Hey, I can't remember the name of that person, yeah, but that person is a real one. For them to do that, and for MTV to be like, you know what? Let's play some Michael Jackson. And then Michael Jackson changed the game. Imagine. Get me. You give me the chance, I'm going to show you why you should have taken a chance on me on the first place. You know what I'm saying? That's how you do it. That's how you do it. But yeah, man. So, as they were saying, MTV had a policy of not financing direct videos. I mean, they're pretty much a new station, so a new TV network, so makes sense. Because you've got to bear in mind how they're making the money. Obviously, yeah, they're going to make the money through commercials and stuff like that. But other than that, how are they going to make their money? Do you know what I mean? Business is business at the end of the day.
Instead, expecting record companies to pay for them in order to promote their artists. With Epic only contributing
That's how they make their money. There you go. There you go. They make their money by record producers, record labels paying the TV network to pay their artists. Isn't that called payola? Hey, yo, I just realized that's payola. I don't care. That's payola. That's payola. You're telling me what? But I get it. It's business, isn't it? But at the same time, come on, man. Can you imagine? Because think about it. Can you imagine other artists, yeah, that are new, that are not even signed to a label, but they've got a music video, but they want it to get played, but they don't have the means, the financial means to be able to pay the network to get it aired. Do you know what I mean? This is why, for example, stations like Channel U back in the day in the UK was a big look. But that aside, let's keep it moving.
Landis's producer George Folsey Jr. suggested a making of a documentary that, combined with the full-length video, would produce an hour-long film.
No, wait.
That could be.
That was his idea. I always thought it was Michael Jackson's idea. I swear in the 40th anniversary, that's what was mentioned. Anyway, let's keep it moving. You can remind me in the comment section below if you've seen that 40th anniversary documentary. Let me know, because I'm pretty sure I heard that. Well, all right, cool. If this is what they're saying, but again, don't just take people's word for it. You got to hear them say it out their own mouth.
Sold to television to help finance its production. When the idea was proposed to networks, Showtime agreed to pay for half its budget, and MTV confirmed they would pay the rest, justifying their expenditure as financing a motion picture and not just a music video. Quote,
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Done.
I wanted something that would glue you to the set, something you'd want to watch over and over, Michael wrote in his 1988 memoir. I wanted to be a pioneer in this relatively new medium and make the best.
And that you are, Mike. That you are, a pioneer. Because this is what I'm trying to say. This is why this video and this song in general, especially this video, but also the song, is why he will always remain number one. Do you know what I mean? He will always remain number one. Not just the let me see this is on. Not just the whole situation in regards to obviously being Halloween and stuff, but you got to bear in mind, not many artists back then were that creative enough to do that. And even if they had a team where they're helping and create their visuals, it still isn't creative enough to be like, let's do a short film. Like Mike was literally one of the first, he was the first. And he actually just told you, a new medium. Like he took advantage of a technology. You know, I also remind me of, I saw a clip of, I might have to react to it another day or another time if I can, where the co-founder of BET, Bob Johnson, was talking about taking advantage of the new medium, which being TV networks, to create a network that was showcasing black content, basically, by entertainment or whatever. I can't remember verbatim, but it was very interesting how he said that. And I think it's just a fact of how are you looking at technology now? Like some of us may laugh and not even laugh, be scared of AI, but maybe you need to take advantage and be like, hey, yo, there's something about this technology that we can take advantage of. And do you know what I mean? You just got to think far ahead. Do you know what I mean? Well, I say try to think far ahead. If it's not in you to think that far ahead, it is what it is. Maybe someone else will do it. And do you know what I mean? But let's keep it moving. It might not even be AI that's the real next thing. Do you know what I mean? That people are going to take advantage of. Maybe it's something we haven't seen or heard of yet. Do you know what I mean? But best believe, when you want to find out about new technology, tune into the channel. So hit the subscribe button, turn on the post notifications so you're notified of when that get uploaded, so you're updated.
Short music movies we could make. Thriller was even an event when it was being shot in October 1983. Marlon Brando, Fred Astaire, Rock Hudson, and Jackie Kennedy Onassis all turned up on set. And Eddie Murphy...
Wait. The same Fred Astaire that Michael Jackson said he admires. Do you know what I mean? Like, y'all not ready. When one of your... But then you got to remember, Michael Jackson's been famous for like, since he was a kid, innit? So naturally, And the fact that he done the moonwalk, when was it? Was it the same year? No, I don't think it was the same year. I need to double check the timeline, but when he did that moonwalk, he took him to another stratosphere of fame, a fame that is just unheard of, especially for a solo artist. Yeah, obviously, yeah, he was part of a group with his brothers, but that's a different story. Like being that level of fame, that was still famous, but Michael Jackson level of fame, I don't think we have ever seen anything like that in the entire world. Like, let me know in the comments below. Name another, like, some may be like, oh, what about Elvis Presley? No, I don't think you understand how famous Michael Jackson really is. Not even was, is. Do you know what I mean? So to the point where, anyway, let's just keep it moving. Let's keep it moving. I want to rewind that bit because Marlon Brando, get me. Who was there? Marlon Brando.
Thriller was even an event when it was being shot in October 1983. Marlon Brando, Fred Astaire, Rock Hudson, and Jackie Kennedy Onassis all turned up on set.
Jackie Kennedy. Isn't that the same Jackie Kennedy that's from the Kennedy family, the politician type of Kennedy family? You know what I'm talking about. Hey, nah, Mike's the GOAT. Like, he's the greatest of all time. You can't tell me nothing. Name another artist. You know, everyone just wants to compare, yeah? Oh, this person's the next Michael Jackson, or this person's a past Michael Jackson. No, I don't think you understand the level of fame Mark has. The fact that he has these people pulling up to just the film set of a music video or a short film. Yeah. Ain't nobody doing that these days. And you know how of recent I've heard some people try to say music videos are not all, the music videos are not hitting like that. You know what I mean? Shout out to Ira Star and Remo. You know what I mean? They did their thing with their video though. Who's that girl? You know what I'm saying? But that, my reaction is on my other channel. So get me. Shameless plug. I could be on trust. You can watch that reaction after this. But let's keep it moving. Let's go.
And Eddie Murphy, Prince, and Diana Ross were spotted at its private premiere on the 14th of.
He's rival, Prince. He's rival. He's arch nemesis, Prince. Nah, this is hilarious. Never compare Prince to Michael Jackson again. Anybody who's watching this, share this, yeah? Never compare Prince to Michael Jackson. Rest in peace to both of them. Obviously, they're both like different levels of talent and all that stuff there. Never, no, I ain't trying to disrespect. I'm just, you know what I mean? It's banter. It's all banter. But for real, don't compare the two, please. He's not, Michael Jackson is not your mate. He is not your mate. He is not your mate. Prince sold up. Nah, that's hilarious.
Turned up on set. And Eddie Murphy, Prince, and Diana Ross were spotted at its private premiere on the 14th
Diana Ross,
of November. A week later, it was first shown to the public. To be eligible for the Oscars, it needed a week-long theatrical release, so Landis arranged for it to open bizarrely at Disney's Fantasia, at a single cinema in LA, though it was never nominated by the Academy.
That's not even bizarre. If you know, you know. Do you know what I mean? The reason why I say it's not bizarre, you have to understand the mindset that Michael Jackson has always admired the whole Disney theme and stuff like that.
Then at midnight on 2nd of December, after weeks of trailers and media hype, MTV debuted Thriller to the world. The video opens with a disclaimer stating that Jackson in no way endorses supernatural practices, a decision made to help stem criticism from Michael's Jehovah's Witness faith.
Yeah,
in the short film's extended prologue, Michael's moonlit date with his girlfriend, played by model Ola Ray, is cut short when their car breaks down. And while walking to get help, Jackson is transformed into a howling creature and attacks his date. The real Michael and Ola observe the scene in a movie theater and decide to leave after she gets spooked. Michael continues.
Like, think about the video here. You're watching yourself in the movie, like, it's mad. Like, the whole scene is so creative. Like, I don't know, did I say John Landis came up with the script? Like, it's just incredible. It's incredible. Me personally, I'm still learning about the whole thing. It's not, get me? I don't know it all, but
Used to tease her as they walk through empty streets, and nearby, a horde of zombies rise from their graves, threatening the couple. To Ola's horror, Michael transforms into one of them himself and leads the troop of zombies into a choreographed dance routine. Afterwards, Michael and the other zombies.
I mean, he did tell her, "Go away." He did say that. Do you know what I mean?
These corner Ola in an abandoned house, only for her to realize it was all a nightmare. Though Michael offers a last beast-eyed glance at the camera before the credits roll. While the music video has plenty of visual elements that have since become iconic.
Also, hold on. I just realized, because obviously that scene there is also used as a meme. Him in the fear always eating a popcorn is used as a meme, or as a GIF or a meme, whatever you call it. Look how many decades later that is, with a different technology, different mediums. Do you think about it logically? Yeah, you cannot tell me that some people want to compare Michael Jackson to other people, or they want to compare other people to Michael Jackson. Like, it doesn't make no sense. It doesn't. You know what I mean? I'm not even trying to hype it up or anything. I'm just saying, like, you can literally just see it. As we're watching this, you can see what's happening.
Particularly Jackson's red moto-style jacket and matching pants. The Thriller dance sequence, developed by choreographer Michael Peters, is one of the most distinctive and imitated choreographies of all time.
Facts.
Dancer Vincent Patterson was asked to train Jackson and the other dancers for 4 days before they filmed, as well as appear as a zombie in the video himself. Quote, "I thought Peters hit the target immediately," Patterson recalls. "It was technical to a point. You couldn't be too technical with Michael Jackson. He wasn't an extremely trained dancer, but he could pick up things very, very well."
And that's the thing. The fact that they just said that he wasn't a technical dancer. And this is the thing about dancing. And obviously, I'm not a dancer. Get me? Man can't dance. It's funny. I just put to say man can't dance. Shout out to Big Shaq, but he also did he actually did do a song in relation to, or it's a sample of Thriller. No, wait, he did. He literally did. Big Shaq, as in obviously Michael Dapper, innit? Like, yeah, he did. He did, which is so mad interesting to think about. But anyway, look, so that side, yeah, give me Michael sample and Michael side. I had to do that. But nah, wait. You have to understand the way I perceive it, and it's like, because Michael Jackson has said it before, it's like you have to feel it. You have to feel the rhythm. Do you know what I mean? You have to feel it. It's not just about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. Look, shout out to those who do that. You know what I mean? Because choreography is the next level thing. Don't get it twisted. But I'm just saying, the way Michael is, sometimes it's not all about that. You know what I mean? But obviously, it does work to a degree when you think about certain levels. But yeah, I'm not trying to disrespect no one. Don't get it twisted. If you're a dancer, allow me in it. Because, you get me? Yeah.
So you're telling me I can straighten my teeth in as little as 4 to 6 months from just £38 a month?
Yep.
And I get free teeth whitening.
Other iconic scenes in the music video included Michael's various terrifying metamorphoses. Inspired by American Werewolf in London, Jackson initially wanted to be transformed into a 4-legged beast. However, this idea was soon replaced with a 2-legged monster so Michael could still dance. John Landis suggested that Jackson should become a werewolf in a 1950s setting, inspired by the 1957 film, I Was a Teenage Werewolf. However, special effects makeup artist Rick Baker decided to instead turn Jackson into a werecat. Quote, "Because I just didn't want to do another werewolf," he said.
And I discovered he really just wanted to turn into a monster. That was his desire. He loved it. And we showed him all these photos of monsters.
Yeah, it makes sense. Obviously, if you think about the context of the video, or the context of even a song in it as well, if you think about it, naturally, that's what he would have wanted to turn into. It's a natural thing. That's what I would have thought of. Let's give him
from
a
different movies. Learned he'd never seen any of these movies. I mean, he knew Bride of Frankenstein was like, and King Kong. It was like it. He had never seen anything. But he wanted to turn into the werewolf like David Naughton did, which David was 4-footed. It turned into and I said, Mike, if you're going to dance, it'll be hard with 4 feet. I said, let's, do like I was a teenage werewolf, Michael Landon, which is why he's wearing a Letterman's jacket. It's a 50s thing. And Rick eventually created that kind of leonine, it's sort of a cat monster, werecat thing, who's kind of.
Listen, I till this day, yeah, this is the first time I'm realizing it's a werecat. This is the first time. To me, it's still a monster. It's still scary, all right? It's still scary.
Elegant,
Initially envisioning a werecat that would resemble a Black Panther, Rick eventually added a longer mane and larger.
Time out. Resembling a Black Panther. What did Michael Jackson turn into in the black and white video towards the end? Let me know in the comment section below. If you know, you know. Yo, that's cool. Let's go.
Ears. According to Landis, the production involved the largest makeup team in film history up to that point, with 40 artists making up Jackson, dancers, and other extras into terrifying depictions of the undead. During its development, John Landis insisted that Jackson's transformations couldn't be too unattractive, but Baker was amused at how into the idea of turning into a monster Michael was. Quote, "I thought he's like a rock star. I don't think he's going to want to wear this makeup." But it turned out that's what he wanted to do more than anything, Baker recalled.
But you also did personal makeups for Michael, too, after that.
I didn't.
Never?
No. He wanted me to make pieces for him, disguise pieces and stuff, so he
Right.
could go out. But he wanted to put them on himself. And I really felt we couldn't do.
That's interesting that you mentioned about making the disguise pieces. Hang on. That's interesting why he said he made the disguise pieces. Because for him to go out, that's what I tried to say. For him, Michael Jackson is famous. Even with disguises, he's still recognizable. But yes.
What he really wanted, and he couldn't put it on in a way. I remember there was a picture in the National Enquirer of Michael with an afro wig on and his face painted gray, and it said it was a $10,000 makeup by makeup artist Rick Baker.
Great, nice commercial.
Yeah, and that's exactly why I didn't want to do it.
After the video premiere and the Making Michael Jackson's Thriller documentary was released on VHS, it attracted more than 100,000 advance orders, going on to sell nearly 10 million copies and winning a Grammy for Best Video Album in 1985.
Winning a Grammy. Hey, Master, he's the greatest of all time.
Video's success also doubled the already sensational numbers in album sales. Thriller would go on to receive 3 MTV Video Music Awards for Best Overall Performance in a Video, Best Choreography in a Video, and Viewer's Choice, as well as a People's Choice Award for Favorite Video of the Year. The song had been certified diamond, selling over 10 million units, and Thriller continues to chart every Halloween season, reaching #1 on 3 different Billboard charts the week of November 8th, 2023, some 40 years after its initial release.
If you're like me, you're so done with using non-social AI assistants for your very social strategy.
This is clearly #1. Clearly.
Another Rob Temperton track that made it onto Thriller, one of the only 2 that wasn't released as a single, was The Lady in My Life. Chosen to close the record out, the classic Sinatra-style ballad provides a finale full of grace and dripping with old-school soul. Michael wasn't a stranger to a ballad.
I know he referenced Frank Sinatra, but I think it's not harsh. I think it's better to say Motown type of vibe. You know what I'm saying? If we did that, it's different because it's like, you know what I mean? Motown type of ballad. But I hear what they're saying. Let's go.
But this wasn't some love song about a rat. Quincy Jones wanted to challenge Michael to perform something with much more soul and depth to it. The Lady in...
No, wait, time out. You're telling me that there was no soulful records on Off the Wall? Off the Wall was arguably like he won like R&B awards. What are we talking about? And then when you think about, do you know what I mean? I Want You Back. That's a mature record when you deep it. You deep the lyrics, it's a really mature record. very mature. And then when you think about the other stuff, I mean, come on, man. Let's not disrespect Michael Jackson's discography. Let's not do that. He's got one song about a pet rat. Yeah, it wasn't even about a pet rat. It's for a flipping film as well. Don't get that twisted. That's another story. Let's go.
My life isn't recounting an innocent crush or the bubbling excitement of a new romance. It's much more mature and committed with its intention. Quote, "We were used to doing a lot of takes in order to get the vocal as nearly perfect as possible, but Quincy wasn't satisfied with my work on that song," Michael Jackson remembered. Finally, he took me aside late one session and told me he wanted me to beg. That's what he said. He wanted me to go back to the studio and literally beg for it. Therefore, Michael went into the studio and had them turn off the lights and close the curtains so not to feel self-conscious. Quincy started the tape and Jackson begged profusely, and the result is what you can hear on the record today. Described as the closest Jackson has come to crooning a sexy, soulful ballad after his Motown years.
Have you heard that song with Stevie Wonder? No, I don't think you have. Have you heard that song with Paul McCartney? In fact, that's on the same album. The one with Paul McCartney. What are we talking about? Come on, man. Like, I don't know, man. Like, for me personally, sometimes you have to understand and respect people's discography properly and listen properly. Otherwise, what we doing here? Like, literally, what we doing here? Like, leave the answer in the comment section below. Let me know all the R&B joints, yeah, that Michael Jackson has done outside of Motown, yeah, and before Thriller or on Thriller. During that era, let me know, because I want to see something here, and I probably will be able to react to it, and just let me know, and I'll react to it, and just get me, because you ain't about to just disrespect his discography like that. Nah, makes no sense. No
Lady
sense.
in My Life is another slice of perfect production. Seductive and smooth, the song slowly builds with Jackson's sublimely pure vocals and enticing melodies. Originally recorded with extra verses, timing constraints on vinyl forced the song to be trimmed back. Sacrificed was more than 2 minutes of Jackson's ad-libs in an extended outro that showcases his brilliance as a natural vocalist. Never to be performed live, nor did it receive a video, the track remains a mysterious glimmer of Jackson's undefinable magic.
Wait, that has never been performed live. Oh yeah, that's mad when you deep it. What other songs has he had that has never been performed live? Leave it in the comments below.
Through the pulsating beats and electrifying melodies of Thriller, Michael Jackson truly transcended the boundaries of music to create a timeless masterpiece that still resonates with audiences across the globe. Its success gave Jackson an unprecedented level of cultural power never previously achieved by a black artist, leading him to being honored by the president at the White House as the most significant entertainer of a generation. Thriller was the first album to spend 37 non-consecutive weeks at #1 on the Billboard 200, conquering the Grammys in 1984, winning a record-breaking 8 awards including Album of the Year, a space and time when Jackson's unparalleled talent and creative vision single-handedly ignited a revolution in music, forever altering the landscape of popular culture.
Facts.
Greatness that cannot be replicated ever again in quite the same way, but can still inspire those brave enough to meet the standard. Michael Jackson's unparalleled talent and creative vision single-handedly ignited a revolution in music, forever altering the landscape of popular culture. Greatness that cannot be replicated ever again in quite the same way, but can still inspire those brave enough to meet the standard Michael Jackson set all those years ago, whether yesterday, today, or forevermore.
The only one that's close to meeting his standard is his sister.
If you want to look strong, go to the gym.
No, wait, hold on.
But if you want to be strong,
let's deep it for a moment. Who's really matched his level of standard? The only person is his sister, and even then, she's been sabotaged. Yeah, no thanks to Dustbin Timberfake. But anyway, let's see what people are saying in the comments real quick. Let's go to the latest one. Make sure you hit the subscribe button, turn on your post notifications. Got more content coming on the way. Thriller, gosh, epic. Man, the amount of work that went into this was outstanding, but the creativity behind it all is the icing on the cake. Man, Michael not only had the creative, but also the bit of genius in him. Jesus, this is incredible stuff. I'm gonna put, let's see, I'm gonna put, see, this is why he is the G.O.A.T for a reason. You know what I mean? And obviously there's more to it, yeah? There's literally more to it, yeah? There's more to it. Bear with me for a second. Let me go to my notes real quick because I have like okay, yeah, there you go. Just staring me right in the face where I can see it. Hold on. So now we're going to react to what Michael Jackson's Thriller really did to the music industry, because you heard what was said, yeah? You heard that. Yeah, you heard that. All right, you heard that. So let's just get straight into this. Let's go.
And the winner is Michael Jackson.
Thriller, Michael Jackson. Thriller, Michael Jackson.
Thriller, Michael Jackson. The winner is Thriller, Michael Jackson. Hey, what an error. Hey, listen, how old was you when this happened? Me, I ain't gonna say my age, because at that time I wasn't even born yet. Imagine. Let's go.
Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson didn't just drop an album in 1982, he detonated a cultural bomb. Thriller wasn't just music. It was a movement. A moment in time that...
That part. It wasn't just music. It was a movement. It was a movement. Hey. Yeah, right word.
Didn't just drop an album in 1982, he detonated a cultural bomb. Thriller wasn't just music. It was a movement. A moment in time that split music history in two, before Thriller and after. It shattered records, changed television, and flipped the music industry upside down. But how exactly did one album become the most important pop release in history? Let's break it down. Before Thriller, Michael Jackson was already a star. Off the Wall had been a commercial and critical hit, with 4 top 10 singles and over 10 million copies sold. By all industry standards, he had arrived. But Michael didn't feel.
You see, it's easy to say he arrived or whatever the case is, but look at this here. You see, when it comes down to, I think as far as an adult, do you know what I mean? Put it from that perspective. As far as an adult, because clearly they've known him from when he was a kid. But then how do you transition as a music artist from a child or a teen to an adult for them people to take you seriously, be like, okay, do you know what I mean? Because I see it with some other artists where you've known them from where they're young, but they don't quite, you know what I mean? They're not, as an adult, they're not taken seriously enough. Like, I don't want to say no names, but you know what I mean? Let's just keep it moving on. You know what I mean? Like, it's very rare.
Like a star. He felt invisible. At the 1980 Grammys, Off the Wall was snubbed, just one major award. And to Michael, that wasn't just a loss. It was a message. A message that no matter how brilliant, how original, how groundbreaking he was, he'd always be boxed in. Just another pop act. Just another black...
Well, just no black artist, but not just that. R&B, most importantly. Because think about it. He's like, all right, bet. You want to box me in just an R&B artist? Cool. I don't mind doing R&B. That's what I do as well, but I can do more than that. So for him to do that, that's why I said earlier, he was peed off. Man got so peed off, he created Thriller.
Artist. He was crushed. In interviews, he didn't hide the hurt. It was a slap in the face. It hurt me so bad. It was totally unfair.
Are you wearing 7 layers and still freezing your man nipples? You need the new 340 GSM military grade bearskin.
Nah. What?
But instead of folding, Michael turned that pain into fuel. Quietly, obsessively, he started planning something bigger. ignored. Something that would make everyone listen. He told his manager, his producers, anyone who would listen, "I want this to be the biggest selling album ever." It sounded impossible.
You see? And although we haven't heard or seen him say that out of his mouth verbatim in either one of these video clips just yet, like that's what he wanted. He wanted it to be the biggest selling album of all time. And look, it happened. Like, it literally happened. Till this day, it's still the best selling album ever. This is before the streaming era, where it's 200,000. What's it? 150,000 streams equals one sell. Make that make sense. In Michael Jackson's era, do you know what I mean? When Thriller came out, like, in fact, come to think about it, wasn't it in 2010 or 2011 where the streaming era more or less started to take over? That's actually interesting when you deep it properly. Let's keep it moving on. Let's go.
No black artist had ever crossed that threshold. The charts were still segregated, radio stations still divided by race and genre. But Michael wasn't interested in limits. He wanted to tear them all down. He became relentless. He studied sound, visuals, marketing, choreography. He watched movies obsessively, pulling inspiration from horror, fantasy, Broadway musicals. He wasn't just writing songs, he was designing an experience. And he wasn't afraid to push everyone around.
You know what, let's go back to what he just said, because you gotta understand, in order to become great and do great, you have to study great. Like, that's one of Michael Jackson's quotes, not verbatim, but similar. But listen to what, listen
would
to
make
this.
Everyone listen. He told his manager, his producers, anyone who would listen, "I want this to be the biggest selling album ever." It sounded impossible. No black artist had ever crossed that threshold. The charts were still segregated, radio stations still divided by race and genre. But Michael wasn't interested in limits. He wanted to tear them all down. He became relentless. He studied sound, visuals, marketing, choreography. He watched movies obsessively, pulling inspiration from horror, fantasy, Broadway musicals. He wasn't just writing songs, he was designing an experience. And he wasn't afraid to push everyone around him. Engineers, producers, dancers, even Quincy Jones. He'd record 30 takes of a single line. He'd rehearse one dance move for days. Every breath, every beat, had to be perfect. Michael wasn't trying to make a good album. He was—
Wait. Did you just see the shirt he was actually wearing? And this is why I said them going to a Disneyland fair or whatever the case may be isn't weird or whatever the case may be, or odd. It isn't. Like, he literally was wearing a Mickey Mouse t-shirt, bruh. Like, or Mickey Mouse top. What we talking about?
He'd record 30 takes of a single line. He'd rehearse one dance move for days. Every breath, every beat.
Look, a Mickey Mouse top. Come on, man.
Had to be perfect. Michael wasn't trying to make a good album. He was trying to make history, and he knew that meant rewriting every rule the industry had. To change music forever, Michael had to change how it sounded. And he wasn't interested in fitting into a category. He wanted to build his own universe. The plan? Take every genre he loved, every sound that moved him, and fuse them into something the world had never heard before. And to do it, he teamed up again with Quincy Jones, the only producer who could match his ambition. What they created was radical. Thriller didn't just dip into genres, it obliterated the lines between them. The album opens with one—
That's a perfect way of saying it. This is why he's the king of pop. And the king of pop isn't just— the king of pop, yeah, by the way, is short for the king of pop and rock and roll. You know what I mean? Let's go.
What they created was radical. Thriller didn't just dip into genres, it obliterated the lines between them. The album opens with Wannabe Startin' Somethin', a 6-minute explosion of funk, Afrobeat, and paranoia. The lyrics are cryptic. The rhythm is relentless. The energy?
and paranoia. The lyrics are cryptic. The rhythm is relentless. The energy? Unstoppable. Then comes Beat It, a track that almost didn't happen. Michael had a vision, bring a hard rock edge to a pop song. And not just any rock. He wanted fire. He wanted danger. What they created was radical. Thriller didn't just dip into genres, it obliterated the lines between them. The album opens with Wanna Be Startin' Somethin', a 6-minute explosion of funk, Afrobeat, and paranoia. The lyrics are
I thought I was tripping when they said Afrobeat. And now I've got to listen back to that song, well, the album obviously, but listen to that song and realize, is there an element? Maybe is it because of the what's that line? Mama said, Mama Makusa. Is it because of that? Is that why they're saying Afrobeat? Oh no, let me know in the comments below. But that's interesting. That alone is very interesting because I don't know if you're familiar, but if you are familiar, like in Afrobeats, like there is P Square, and they are very much inspired by Michael Jackson. So, you know, and I got my reaction video on my other channel to personally by P Square. I won't go too deep into what that's about, but trust me, you would want to go check that out. But the point I'm trying to make is, if that really has Afrobeat influence, wow. Like, no, seriously, wow. Because, like, notably, yeah, rock and roll, or rock in general, but then you obviously got R&B in there, you got a bit of funk in there, a bit, you know what I mean? Like, you got all those elements, but raw, okay. Afrobeat, are you sure? Raw.
cryptic.
Right, let's go.
The rhythm is relentless. The energy? Unstoppable. Then comes Beat It, a track that almost didn't happen. Michael had a vision, bring a hard rock edge to a pop song. And not just any rock. He wanted fire. He wanted danger. So Quincy called up Eddie Van Halen. The result? A searing, unforgettable guitar solo that turned Beat It into a crossover monster. A black artist collaborating with a white rock god in 1982? That didn't just break the rules. It scared the industry.
Hear me out, yeah. The saying didn't just break the rules, but may I remind you who started rock? Hey, yo, you're acting like you don't know. If you don't know, listen. And the fact that years after, I guess, because of the success of this album, Michael Jackson was able to also, I say success of his album, other albums, but like he was able to make investments into the he's able to make investments into buying ATV Publishing, yeah, which had Little Richard, who is one of the pioneers of rock and roll. Hey, do you know what I mean? And I think if memory served me correct, I think he gave Little Richard back his publishing so he can make money from his actual music that he wasn't making as much money prior. So, do you know what I'm saying? It's just, there's levels to this, man. There's levels to this. There's levels to this. There's levels to this. Get me? Let's go.
But Michael didn't flinch. He welcomed the controversy and turned it into power. Then there was Billie Jean, built on a hypnotic bass line and haunted lyric.
No, why are you using Billie Jean as in Billie Jean King as the photo? Do you know how wrong that is? The song is not about her. It's not about her. Like, if it was, then fair enough, but it's not about her. Do you know what I mean? Although, from what we do know of, in public information is this: the song is about groupies that Michael Jackson experienced that with his brothers and stuff like that. But bearing in mind, do you know what I mean? If you know certain information, you know certain information. I'm not gonna talk about someone's, do you know what I mean, situation if they don't want to talk on that situation. That's what I want to leave at that. But I will say this. Let me just break it down like this. Mickey Howard, by the way, is also known as Billy because she often, I think she did a rendition of Lady Sings Blues by Billie Holiday. Do you know what I mean? And she's got a son called, well, she got 2 sons, but the eldest is B. Howard, and you know, he's got an uncanny resemblance. The eyes are just like Michael Jackson. If she said, I think Michael Jackson is the one, I can't even sing about, you know, but Michael Jackson saying the kid ain't his, isn't it? But, you know, obviously protect his privacy, and I get it. I won't talk too much, but come on, man. It's uncanny. Even the sonic, the talent alone is just different levels. Like, anyway, I won't get too deep into it. All I want to say is this. The reality is, it's not about Billie Jean King. Although she's a great tennis player, don't get that twisted, in her day, which, funny enough, I want to see, this is just my take. I want to see Billie Jean King versus Serena Williams in a charity match. You know what I mean? It ain't got to be a long one, but I just want to see that happen, all right? They're from different eras, but I just want to see it happen. 2 great female tennis players in their heyday. Do you know what I'm saying? I want to see it happen. Like, but let's go.
It was like nothing on the radio. Michael insisted on mixing it 91 times. Not to fix it, but to get it exactly right.
Wait. Was that Billie Jean King actually doing the Thriller? Nah, wait. Hey, Mike. It's a song about Billie Jean King as well. Nah, wait. That is hilarious. I've never seen that photo in my life. The other one, this one, I didn't
Haunted
understand
lyrics.
It
It was like nothing on the radio.
When you put this, I'm like, come on, man. Let's go.
Michael insisted on mixing it 91 times. Not to fix it, but to get it exactly right. Every breath, every cymbal hit, every whisper of reverb, it was placed with surgical precision. Because to Michael, Billie Jean wasn't just a song. It was a statement. A warning. A trapdoor into something darker. Even the ballads, like Human Nature, weren't traditional. They were ethereal, fragile, futuristic. And then came the title track, Thriller.
전 세계 관광객 버킷리스트 1위 로키 마운틴 뱀프 숙박 동화 속 끈적인 디너
I would like to know what that's about, so
Part disco, part horror movie, part Broadway, with a spoken word cameo by Vincent Price that turned a Halloween gimmick into a cultural anthem. But it wasn't just the variety that made Thriller revolutionary, it was the
a Halloween gimmick that turned into a cultural. I don't think it was a gimmick though. This is the thing about, although it's subjective, yeah, but it's funny how some people can perceive things at a certain time frame. Like, if this is why, for example, with artists, if they're trying to expand their creativity and expand or express their creativity in a way where they can't help but visualize and hear and see what they see, and they want other people to see it. But obviously, you can't help how someone perceives it. But for someone to if you're not from a creative, like, if you're not creative like that, you shouldn't dare ever say someone's stuff is gimmick. You shouldn't. Do you know what I mean? If gimmick or corny or whatever the case is, you shouldn't. It's different if they genuinely are. Like, do you know what I mean? Because there are some artists, I'm not going to say no names because I'm not going to give no free promo, but they try to act like they're matching Michael Jackson's record and they feel like they surpassed their record. And yeah, no, that's a gimmick. That artistry in question is a gimmick. Yeah. But as far as, do you know what I mean? Like, you can't call that a gimmick. Thriller. The fact that he invested so much money into it and did everything to make it a success, you want to call it a gimmick? Someone who says they wanted to make this album as a whole like the greatest ever selling album, you want to call one song on that album a gimmick? That's not a gimmick. Everything is there on purpose. Everything is there on purpose. Everything has a reason. And I'm sure if Michael Jackson had his way with everything on that album, he probably would have did a video for every one of them. But let's go.
The intention. Michael didn't want a few radio hits. He wanted every single track to be unforgettable, to live on dance floors, movie trailers, and playlists for generations. And somehow, he did it. Every track on Thriller still pulses with urgency. It doesn't sound like the 80s. It sounds like now. Before Thriller, music videos were just commercials, low-budget promo clips designed to sell singles. Most were forgettable, and
Wait, John Belushi. Where have I seen that name before? John Belushi, Tupac, in that movie. I think it was one of the last movies he actually filmed. I think it was gang related. Was it that movie? I can't even remember. But I just remember there was a story that was it Muta, like aka Napoleon. I think he was talking about it, like talking about a burger thing. I can't remember it verbatim, but that story is just that story is funny. It's funny. Anyway, let's rewind it for a bit. John Belushi, hold on.
Sounds like now. Before Thriller, music videos were just commercials.
Yeah, John Belushi. It is him. I think the movie's called Ray Parker Jr. If you know, you know. Ghostbusters. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, listen. When I realized who actually wrote that song, I'm not gonna lie to you, guys. Growing up as a kid, yeah, there's some songs. I'm not saying you should care about the ethnicity or where the person's from or whatever the case is, but when they have a likeness to you, it does a level of inspiration that you just don't even know. You know what I mean? But because Ghostbusters is one of my favorite movies, or it is to a degree, but the song is so epic. But I didn't know it was Ray Parker Jr. And he's on that list, by the way. I believe he's on that list of I don't know where he fell on the list of the 25 greatest Halloween songs of all time. But again, would you call Ghostbusters a Halloween song? I mean, yes and no. But then again, it's hard to really say. But I'm trying to figure out, is there any other Halloween songs? Other than that versus Thriller. Thriller is always going to be better than Ghostbusters. No disrespect. And then obviously, Bobby Brown's got a tune as well that's associated with Ghostbusters 2. No disrespect to Bobby Brown, but I can't remember how that song goes. But I'm sure when I hear it, straight banger. Don't get that twisted. But with Michael Jackson's Thriller, there's just something about that song that I don't know. It's like I don't know how to explain it. Someone who doesn't have a TV in any corner of the world is gonna know that song Thriller. They're gonna know who Michael Jackson is. Till this day. Do you get it? Till this day. They may not have TV, they may not have a phone, they may not have anything. But I bet you they know that song. They know that song about Thriller, and they know Michael Jackson. That just shows you how great that song is and how great Michael Jackson is. But anyway, let's keep
commercials. Low-budget promo clips designed to sell singles. Most were forgettable, and MTV still figuring itself out. But Michael Jackson looked at the medium and saw something.
Nope, we're not gonna have that. MTV was not still trying to figure itself out. It was an established medium, even though it was only been there for a few years, or if that. Let's just say it was there for a few years, but they didn't really play black artists. Yeah, they didn't. It was the song. I'm sure they're gonna mention it. It was the song. In fact, yeah, it was Billie Jean. It was the first music video by a black artist that aired on MTV. Like, deep that for a moment, yeah. Do you know how iconic Billie Jean is? I know we're talking about Thriller, the song, but also the album, and Billie Jean's on the album anyway. So, but like that song is literally what sparked the moonwalk at the 25th Motown Motown celebration. Which, by the way, again, Motown 25th anniversary celebration. Deep that for a minute. It has nothing to do with the celebration of just Michael Jackson. Do you know what I mean? If you want, I want to react to it, and I want to show you how epic everything is. It's insane when you think about that, because everybody remembers that moment versus what else happened that night. And Michael Jackson wants to say he messed up by not standing on his toes for longer. Yet he I don't know, man. Sometimes you shouldn't be chasing perfection, all right? Like, once you done great, you done great. Like, just accept it. Like, he never wanted to accept it, but let's go.
Something totally different. A stage. A canvas. A revolution waiting to happen.
Oh, wait. You're going to use a picture of his nephew? You're going to use a picture of his nephew. That's blatantly his nephew. That's blatantly his nephew. You cannot tell me that's not Jafar. That's 100% Jafar Jackson, who's playing him, his nephew. He's playing his uncle in the movie Michael, which we don't know when it's going to air. We're supposed to air this year in 2025, but apparently it's being pushed back to 2026. At this rate, I don't know. Until I see a trailer, maybe. And even then, I'm still not believing, because there was a trailer for that Dr. Sabi documentary that Nick Cannon was supposed to release, but I understand why he's having issues with trying to release that documentary. I can understand why. And let's be honest, we kind of understood why it was going to be a bit of a challenge, but let's keep moving.
He didn't want to make music videos. He wanted to make cinema. And that's exactly what he did. The Thriller music video wasn't just a video. It was a 14-minute, big-budget horror short, directed by an American werewolf in London's John Landis. It had a script, choreography, special effects, and a full film crew. The budget? Over $500,000. At the time, that was insane. No one was spending that kind of money on a music video. Labels.
Nobody was spending that kind of money on music videos. The funny thing is it Michael Jackson and Janet Jackson, didn't they have the most expensive, I think they still do actually at this point, the most expensive music videos. In fact, I might have to do a live stream in regards to that. The most expensive music videos ever made, like the top 10. Yeah, because look, deep it for a moment, yeah. I think Scream is over, I believe it's over 2 million or just over 1 million, something like that. That's insane for a music video. Hey, if you're going to do something with your sibling, yeah, and you ready to do music together on a commercial stage like that, hey, you might as well just blow the budget. Blow the budget. You know what I mean? Have fun. Is what it is. Get me? Because look, their mom and dad are seeing how successful they are as solo artists, but for them to come together and unite, especially at that time in Michael's life, epic. Literally. Let's go.
Thought it was a waste. MTV thought it was a gamble. Michael didn't care. He knew what he was doing. He was creating something unforgettable.
No, wait. Okay.
Zombies, werewolves, graveyards. This was pop culture colliding with pure theater. And in the middle of it all, Michael in that iconic red jacket, moonwalking through the madness with absolute control. When the video dropped.
Let's clarify, in the music video, he's not moonwalking. Do you know what I mean? He's not moonwalking, just to clarify, because I know some people will watch this and be like, yeah, but when does he moonwalk? No, he doesn't moonwalk in Thriller. You know what I mean? He doesn't. Matter of fact, in neither one of the videos, from what I remember, from that single, and from the album, the singles that he released from that album, he doesn't moonwalk. He first moonwalked in the like I said, the 25th anniversary for Motown, which is very interesting. Let's go.
It stopped time. People didn't just watch it. They scheduled their night around it. It aired in prime time. It sold out theaters. It was the first music video to be treated like an event. And suddenly, everything changed. Music videos weren't filler anymore. They were front page. Artists couldn't just stand in front of a camera and sing. Now they had to perform. Tell stories. Build worlds. Michael had raised the bar so high, Most artists couldn't even see it. And the craziest part? This was just one video. From an album that had several. Billie Jean turned sidewalks into light shows. Beat It.
Hold on. Give me 2 minutes, people. Just 2 minutes. All right, so look, Michael Jackson, you know what's mad when you think about the whole context of everything here? I feel like Michael Jackson has put himself in a situation where how do you even have that level of thought to be like, do you know what, this is it? Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna rewind it for a bit, yeah. Let's hear what he just said, because you got to remember, they literally just said he set the bar so high that people don't even realize. People you know what I mean? People are often just singing in front of a camera, but this time, nope, you can't be doing that. You can't be doing that. You have to be doing more.
In front of a camera and sing. Now they had to perform. Tell stories. Build worlds. Michael had raised the bar so high, most artists couldn't even see it. And the craziest part? This was just one video. From an album that had several. Billie Jean turned sidewalks into light shows. Beat It staged a West Side Story-style gang showdown. Thriller created a whole new genre, the music video spectacle. From that moment on, videos became essential. Labels.
You see? So anyone who wants to compare Michael Jackson, anyone who wants to compare anyone to Michael Jackson, just remember this. What has that artist that they want to level up against Michael Jackson, what have they done that's literally shifted the whole industry? I ain't even talking about the culture as a whole, like music culture or hip hop or R&B or pop or rock or anything like that. I'm saying the music industry as a whole. Like, because yeah, you can have influence, an artist can have influence outside of music. Do you know what I mean? That tends to happen, and that can happen. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but for Michael Jackson to create literally create a moment where it's not just a commercial, as John Landis was saying, for music. It's beyond that. It's literally a movie. You just have to watch it. Let's keep it moving. Let's go.
Increased budgets. Directors became celebrities. MTV's identity transformed overnight. Michael didn't just dominate the music video space.
Let's rewind that one more time. Hold on. Let's rewind that one more time. Yeah? Because remember, there was a time when MTV started. They didn't really want black artists on MTV. They didn't. So much to the point where, like I said before, I forgot who it was, but basically they more or less said, all right, listen, if you do not play Michael Jackson, we will pull our rock artists. We'll pull our white artists, our rock artists, yeah, from your station. Or do you know what I mean? From your network. And I'm guessing because the majority of them were basically having airplay on that network, they said, all right, cool. Do you know what I mean? Because they knew it would have been literally game over from then. So ain't it interesting how Mike literally just took the baton and just ran with it? That M doesn't stand for music television. So it stands for music. It stands for Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson Television Network. Hey, listen, I wish he kind of owned it. I can't even lie now. Now that I think about it, I wish he had a way to own it. I wonder if he did try to purchase it. I do wonder. I actually genuinely wonder. Who knows? We could find out another time, another day in regards to that. But let's rewind that real quick.
Videos became essential. Labels increased budgets. Directors became celebrities. MTV's identity transformed overnight. Michael didn't just dominate the music video space. He invented what we now expect from it. In the early 80s, MTV was white. Not officially, but undeniably.
You see, I already mentioned this, yeah? Look how they're mentioning it right here. Look how they mentioned it right here. And I'm sure they're going to mention or put in the clip with David Bowie speaking. If they don't, it's fine. But David Bowie, get me, rest in peace, David Bowie, gave me Brixton Legend and that, South London to the world and that. But like, listen, he also stood up for black artists. It's like, you know what I mean? And obviously he ended up marrying a black woman in well, technically an African woman, but you know, you mean. But let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving.
In the early 80s, MTV was white. Not officially, but undeniably. Rock acts, new wave bands, and synth pop groups filled the rotation. Black artists. Practically invisible. Not because the talent wasn't there, but because the gatekeepers didn't think black music fit the format. It was coded language.
Going back to Hilltop.
And it sent a message: if you're not white and playing guitars, you don't belong here. Michael Jackson shattered that idea. But it wasn't easy. When Billie Jean was released in 1983, CBS Records pushed MTV to air the video. MTV refused. They didn't think it would resonate with their audience. That's when CBS president Walter Yetnikoff stepped in.
Listen,
and he didn't.
I knew eventually they're going to mention the name. They did it for me. Thank you. Thank you. Because I think it's important to get the name and understand. So the fact that they mentioned his name, I'm going to rewind it just a bit, yeah? It's important to understand. It's also largely thanks to him.
When Billie Jean was released in 1983, CBS Records pushed MTV to air the video. MTV refused. They didn't think it would resonate with their audience. That's when CBS president Walter Yetnikoff stepped in, and he didn't play nice. He threatened to pull every CBS artist from the network unless they aired Billie Jean.
What did I say? Do you think I was lying? Oh no, I wasn't. That's literally what he did. Literally what he did. He threatened them He said, "I'll pull all these artists." What are you talking about? Let's go.
No more Springsteen. No more Billy Joel. No more hitmakers. Period. MTV caved. And the moment Billie Jean hit the screen, everything changed. It wasn't just the song, it was the style. The fedora. The glove. The moonwalk. The sidewalk lighting up with every step.
No, stop right there. Because you're jumping the timeline. You're jumping the timeline. I respect the truth in regards to certain things, but you're jumping the timeline. The moonwalk in the fedora came like afterwards. Like obviously same Thriller era, don't get that twisted. But this was, like I said, the Motown 25. So obviously, I feel like, yeah, it's one of those ones. Let's go.
Michael didn't just appear on MTV. He took it over. Within weeks, viewership exploded. Young fans, black, white, everyone, couldn't get enough. MTV realized what they had been missing: the biggest artist in the world. And it wasn't long before Beat It and Thriller followed, each one a mini blockbuster. Each one more popular than the last. Michael didn't ask for inclusion, he forced it. And in doing so, he kicked open the door for a generation of black artists who had been locked out.
Prince, his rival. No, see, look, this is what's so mad, Jay. You have to understand. There's no comparison. You can't. No artist can compare to him. If anyone, look. There's questions to ask. Yeah. If someone compares one artist to Michael Jackson, question them. what have they done? Not in a disrespectful way. This is also to find information, to learn. Yeah, this is to learn. It's not about disrespecting or disparaging someone else. It is what it is, right? Whatever the facts are the facts. But just find out from them. What have they done to literally change the music industry as a whole? Like the landscape of music industry that is so undeniable that everyone else is doing. 2, have they done something similar to where they have broken barriers? Yeah. As far as Michael Jackson, he's broken down racial barriers, not just as a, like he done it in his childhood when as a child, but with his brothers and stuff. That's another story. That's another story for another day. But he's also done it as an adult. As an adult, you don't understand, or maybe you do, but I don't think people understand how much levels this is. It's almost emotional. I can't even lie, because I don't think people understand the things that Black people unfortunately go through. Do you know what I mean? That Black people go through so much. And I don't even want to be on this channel talking about race and this and that. I don't want to be doing that. Do you know what I mean? Why do you think I react to different type of content, whether it be Indian or Mexican or, you know what I mean, or Latino or South Korean? Like, I'm all for, like, music is music to me. You know what I mean? Content is, I'm not say content is content, but like, if I like it, I like it. If I don't like it and I still react to it, I still react to it. You know what I mean? I give people their opportunity, their chance. Like, but man, you don't understand. You can't compare Mike to anyone else, man. You can't. Let's just rewind that a bit.
Didn't ask for inclusion, he forced it. And in doing so, he kicked open the door for a generation of Black artists who had been locked out. Prince, Whitney, Janet, LL Cool J.
You had to throw any little sister in there, innit? But yeah. So Prince, Michael's not your age mate. He's not your age mate. You said you were inspired by him, so Emmy, let's give him though. Although you can clearly see that Prince is inspired by Little Richard, but that's a different day for a different story. And rest in peace to Prince, though, man. For real, shout out to Little Richard. Let's go.
Paths to MTV were paved by Thriller, but it wasn't just about airtime. It was about legitimacy. Before Michael, Black artists had to fight for scraps. After Thriller, they were front and center, headlining, dominating charts, selling out arenas. And MTV? It became what it was always meant to be, a reflection of all of pop culture, not just one piece of it. Michael Jackson didn't just make the system work for him, he rewired it. And he didn't do it with protests or press releases. He did it with art so powerful, so undeniable, that even the most closed doors had no choice but to swing wide open. When Thriller dropped in late 19...
He did it with no protest. He just did it with his art. Literally. Like, this is what I'm trying to say. There's different types of protests, in it. Do you know what I mean? And prior to that, I do want to know, yeah, did any Black artists before Mike try to protest against MTV? How did they feel? How did they react? What was their feeling? What was their emotion like? It's just a genuine good question. I want to know. Do you know what I mean? Like, Mike, he's a
1982, no one, not even Michael, could have predicted what was about to happen. At first, the album rose steadily. Then Billie Jean exploded.
Wrong. Time out. Michael Jackson absolutely predicted this. He absolutely predicted this. He said he wanted this to be the best selling album ever. You know, when you want something to happen, obviously that you have to have, obviously by God's grace, you know what I mean? If you put in the work, God will make it happen if you have the, I don't want to say it's magic because it depends on every context. If the timing is what God has planned for you, for that to happen, then God will make it happen. That's essentially how that's as simple as I'm going to put it. If God has it within his plans at that time to make it happen for you, will make it happen for you. Especially, even if you put the work in, sometimes the work may not happen there and then, the realization of the work or the efforts of the work may not pay off there and then, but it will pay off years later. I'll give you a prime example, 50 Cent. Funny thing is, he literally kind of referenced Michael Jackson multiple times, but you know what I mean? Michael Jackson, zipper, jacket. What's it? I forgot what he said, but there was a Michael Jackson reference. But if you know, you know. And obviously, you think about the zipper jackets, Thriller.
Then Beat It. Then the Thriller video dropped. And suddenly, the album wasn't just a hit, it was a phenomenon. It wasn't climbing the charts, it was owning them. Let's talk numbers, because this is where things get ridiculous. Thriller became the first album in history to produce 7 top 10 singles. It stayed in the Billboard top 10 for 80 consecutive weeks, a year and a half. It topped the
80 consecutive weeks, a year and a half. 80 consecutive weeks.
The Billboard 200 for 37 weeks.
The all-new iPhone 17 Pro has arrived. The most pro iPhone ever.
And globally, it sold over 70 million copies, officially the best-selling album of all time. But this...
See, here he's saying 70, but I still believe it's over 100 plus, 120 million plus. I don't have the stats like that in front of me to actually genuinely know what the real stats are, but it's definitely clearly over 100. You know what I mean? I think even Epic and Michael Jackson's estate have mentioned that before. And anyway, I'm sure there's been interviews as well mentioning it, but we'll get to that another time. Let's go.
This wasn't just about sales. It was about reach. Everywhere you went, Thriller was playing. Radio, malls, schools, car stereos, weddings, clubs, sports arenas. Even people who didn't own the album knew every word. And it wasn't just dominating the pop charts. It crossed over into every demographic. Kids loved it. Adults loved it. Rock fans respected it. R&B fans owned it. Even critics who had previously dismissed Michael as a teen pop act had to admit it. Thriller was untouchable. The album even made it into...
Hold up. A teen pop act? Do you know he was a fully grown adult at this age? Get out of it. You must be a real hater. Come on,
to the Guinness Book of World Records, multiple times. It swept the 1984 Grammys, taking home 8 awards in one night. That kind of sweep was unheard of. Michael didn't just win awards. He rewrote the record books. It got to a point where the industry had to create new categories just to separate Thriller from everyone else.
Hey, nah, wait, for real. They had to create another category just so other people can have a chance. Do you know how mad that is? Hey, no one can be compared to Michael Jackson. Nobody. Hey, yo, let's rewind that for a bit. Because what are we talking about?
Didn't just win awards. He rewrote the record books. It got to a point where the industry had to create new categories just to separate Thriller from everyone else. It was the gold standard, and everyone else was just playing catch-up. But here's what made it truly revolutionary. Thriller wasn't a trend. It didn't ride a wave, it created one. And then it became the tide that carried all of pop culture forward. It redefined success. After Thriller, the question wasn't can you make a hit album? It became, can you make a thriller? And the truth is, no one ever really has. Thriller wasn't just an album, it became a blueprint. A North Star for every artist who came after. From the...
There you go. So, and this again, anybody who wants to compare to Michael, anyone who wants to say, oh, this artist is similar to Michael Jackson, or they're better than Michael Jackson, or they surpass Michael Jackson. Really? All right, you try being on, having a #1 album for, or being on the charts in the top 5 for, or at least, yeah, the top, let's say at least in the top 5, yeah, for 80 weeks. No re-edition of the album in terms of re-recording the album and making a new videos and stuff like that. No. I don't think people understand how how much levels Michael Jackson really is. Like these levels. I'm just deepening it even more now. I already knew, but when you see certain information, you're like, hang on, wait a minute.
The moment it dropped, a new bar was set. Not just for sound, but for everything: visuals, choreography, ambition, global reach. If you were an artist in the 80s, 90s, or even today, chances are, Thriller was the album that showed you what was possible. And you can see it in the biggest names in music. Beyoncé, her visual albums, massive stage production.
Yep. Listen, I rate Beyonce a lot. And she is one of the names, and it's not even her fault, by the way. It's not her fault, because she doesn't even say it out of her own mouth. It's some people, especially like magazines and whoever, like they put her against Michael Jackson and say, oh, she's better than Michael Jackson, or she's the new Michael Jackson, she's this, she's that. I even see I see something earlier where they tried to say, they tried to compare Wizkid to Michael Jackson, trying to say, oh, he's the he's the Afrobeats Michael Jackson, or whatever the case may be. I rate Wizkid highly, but ain't no way. I don't think people understand the depths of influence that Michael Jackson really has. Beyonce is a great artist, and like I said, visually and all that stuff there. In fact, we're going to rewind that a bit so we get every word they say. Yeah.
In the biggest names in music. Beyoncé, her visual albums, massive stage productions, and obsession with perfection are all echoes of Thriller. Usher, his dance-heavy videos, slick production, and pop R&B hybrid style, straight from the MJ playbook. Justin Timberlake.
Nope. Earlier, you could have said yes. You could have said Justin Timberlake. You could have. But now, I'm sorry. I don't see it. And the reason why I don't see it is because he hasn't kept, let's be real, irrespective of how he disrespected Michael Jackson's baby sister, I say baby sister, his sister Janet, yeah? Like, irrespective of that, yeah? Irrespective of that, he hasn't really kept up that standard. He hasn't. Beyonce on the other hand, oh yeah, she has. She continues to do stuff, even like groundbreaking stuff, like doing the Renaissance Part 2, the Cowboy Carter album. You know what I mean? Like, there's no other artist in the world that is bouncing from one genre to another genre to another genre and still breaking records. There's no other artist in the world doing that. Nobody else. There's nobody else. As for Justin Timberlake, I strongly disagree. Strongly disagree. And if you think about the way his career has went downhill, no disrespect, look, even when Michael Jackson released Invincible, yeah, that's not even his worst album, but as far as the reception it got received in America alone, it's like, it's still better than what Justin Timberlake's done.
His solo career is basically a modern reinterpretation of what Michael built, down to the military jackets and genre fusion. The Weeknd, his cinematic videos, retro aesthetic, and dark pop storytelling feel like Thriller reimagined for a new generation. And that's just the mainstream. Michael's influence went beyond pop and R&B. He reached into rock, hip-hop, fashion, even K-pop. Artists across genres studied.
Yep, even K-pop. You heard that. Even K-pop. BTS have known to have appreciate Michael Jackson. Yeah. Even though I was watching a documentary with Big Bang, the beginning, they don't really mention Michael Jackson, but you know, they did mention Omarion, but Omarion has mentioned he's inspired by Michael Jackson. Even, you see what I mean? They mentioned about hip hop. Offset clearly is a fan of Michael Jackson. Get me? Like, without a shadow of a doubt, he mentions it every time he can. Do you know what I mean? Cardi B is also a fan of Michael Jackson as well, by the way. So it's like, you've got all these artists that do try to live up to it, but it's hard, really, because it's like, I don't think people creativity is a thing where it's supposed to come within. Instead of, obviously you're inspired by others, but you have to have it within you to create. Do you know what I mean? But let's keep it moving.
Thriller like it was gospel. Because Michael didn't just create music, he created moments.
If you need full dentures but can't deal with the endless expensive dentist visits, you need to see this. I used to hide my mouth every time I laughed.
He showed artists that every performance, every video, every tour could be an event. Something audiences didn't just listen to, but experienced. His concerts were theatrical. His storytelling was visual. His songs weren't just catchy, they were cinematic. Before Thriller, artists dropped albums and hoped for radio play. After Thriller, albums had to come with a...
Artists dropped albums and hoped for radio play. Wow. That's rude. That was a rude way of breaking it down, but alright, cool.
Vision, a world, a legacy. Even today, artists are still chasing the standard he set, whether they admit it or not. And that's the thing, you don't have to sound like Michael to be influenced by him. You just have to be trying to do something bigger than the music. And no one proved that was possible better than the man behind Thriller. Some albums get old. Some fade out with time. Thriller? It just refuses to die. More than 40 years later, it's still everywhere. Every Halloween, that eerie Vincent Price laugh echoes through parties, playlists, and store speakers. Every year, Thriller climbs back into the charts, decades after its release. No marketing push. No reissue required. It just
Did you hear what he just said? No reissues required. What are we talking about? Listen, you can't outdo Mike. Like you just can't. It just is what it is. You can't. Because even when Mike gets bad press, yeah, and he does get a lot of bad press for some strange reason, it doesn't make no sense. But like, even when they try to say this Thriller song in general was number 22 out of 25 of the greatest Halloween songs. But because when I first saw that list, I'm like, I can't think of anything perhaps above it. Or I can't think of any other Halloween songs. I don't mean that. At that moment, I couldn't really think. But then after a time, I read, okay, yeah, Ghostbusters definitely one. Cool, all right, cool. But it's not better than Thriller. You know what I mean? They may have both came out in the 80s, but it's not better than Thriller. But it's mad, yeah, because when they were saying that, maybe do billboards know that essentially what they're doing, although yeah, they're trying to get traffic to their website or traffic to their social media page, you know what I mean, and get people to comment on all that stuff there, which kind of also makes sense because they're making money from social media. It is what it is. Let's keep it all the way 100. That's what they're doing, yeah. Like they know what the facts are, but they rather just push false narratives because they know we're gonna let them know what the truth is. And it's like, wait, they already know the truth and they're making money, but at the same time, they're giving Michael Jackson free PR because now it just means that we're gonna play Michael Jackson like heavily, especially around this time of the month. Nah, naturally, even without all that PR, that's still gonna happen. But all right, you just made us realize, you know what, we got to play Thriller over and over and over and over again, and we won't get tired of it. You know what I mean? It's just one of those ones we don't get tired of it. Let's go.
He appears like a ghost with a groove, and the dance, still iconic. Entire flash mobs perform it in full zombie makeup. Toddlers try to moonwalk before they can tie their shoes. Sports teams use Beat It for hype videos. Commercials, video games, halftime shows. It's all soaked in Thriller's DNA. But the legacy isn't just in the charts or the choreography. It's in what the album proved. That pop music could be taken seriously. That a black artist could dominate every market, globally. That one record could be more than songs. It could be a cultural moment. And let's not forget, the entire music industry changed because of this album. Labels started investing in bigger video budgets, more elaborate stage shows, broader crossover marketing. Why? Because Thriller showed them what happens when you go all in. It's not just nostalgia. It's impact. Michael turned pop into performance art. He didn't follow trends. He made them irrelevant. And even today, in the age of streaming and TikTok virality, artists are still trying to figure out the formula he perfected back in 1982. Because Thriller isn't just the best-selling album of all time.
That's incredible. Wait, let's see why now.
It's not just nostalgia. It's impact. Michael turned pop into performance art. He didn't follow trends, he made them irrelevant. And even today, in the age of streaming and TikTok virality, artists are still trying to figure out the formula he perfected back in 1982. Because Thriller isn't just the best-selling album of all time. It's the most important. It proved music could move the world. And it did. Thriller didn't just change music. It changed everything. How albums are made, how videos are shot, and how legends are born. If you felt that impact too, make sure to hit subscribe, because the stories behind the music are just getting started.
Yeah, I'm subscribing to that channel still, I can't even lie. Because there's other content I want to react to. Like, they just mentioned the whole, they just mentioned the Invincible album. Yeah, the downfall of Michael Jackson's Invincible album. It still sold well, but do you know what I mean? It didn't do the numbers that Michael Jackson wanted. Not only that, Sony didn't really push it the way that it should have been pushed, which is why Michael Jackson went into that mode of, all right, you want to be like this? All right, I'm going to go on a full-on FU mode to Tommy Mottola from Sony. Like that, listen, Mike went in. He said they're mad at me because I did good business. Do you know what I mean? I'm leaving here like with owning half of Sony. Wait. When he said that shows you Michael Jackson's levels. There's genuine levels to this. But anyway, like I said, I'm hitting the subscribe button. You could turn the subscribe button on my channel as well for more content. If you're interested in content that I'm reacting to, I'm gonna if you enjoyed the video, please consider subscribing. Done. Hold on. Let me just put that. Done. Next, I would like to see one on. Let's see. On. As we're recovering the background, hit comment below who you'd like to see next. I would like to see one on. Let's think of our artists. Let's think hip hop. One on LL Cool J. Yeah. Actually, no. Rakim. I'll do that another one. If he responds, I'll do it another one. All right. Shout out to what's they called? Creole Records. All right. So someone put, I love his music, I love his dance, but I hate the surgeon on his face. There you go. I'm gonna start reading. Are the people grateful, deserve better praise and respectful for what he accomplished? MTV refusing to play MJ music. That is crazy. Very crazy. 155. They're quite impressive what his music did. A white girl wearing a signature one-hand glove, considering that a couple of decades earlier and up to release of the song, racial divide that was still going on. One man did the one banner. The thing is, you know what's mad here? I do wonder if Mike knew how much cultural impact he would have globally like this. Because it's one thing to say, I want to create and have the best-selling album of all time. It's one thing to have that goal and then to accomplish that goal. But to have that goal that ends up in the situation where there's so many things around it, it's incredible. Thriller really changed music industry, but also other industries. MJ is the GOAT for real. You know what I mean? Anyway, there's a lot of Michael Jackson content I'm gonna react to. Just put it that way. So if you're a Michael Jackson fan, make sure you hit the subscribe button, turn on your post notification because a lot more content is on the way. Yeah, right? A lot more is on the way because I've been meaning to react to this. Your favorite artist is just copying Michael Jackson. Do you know what I mean? Everybody's copying Michael Jackson. Everybody. Like you can literally see it. Also, let me put this as well. Dustbin Timber fake definitely is not. So yeah, Dustin Timber fake definitely is not matching MJ. Because look at his downfall, and that is Dustbin Timber fakes doing. That's what I'm going to put on that. I don't want to disrespect him in that way because end of the day it is what it is. But it's clear to see this is what happens when you disrespect someone else and you don't apologize properly. Eventually, this is what happens. You know what I mean? Get me? But anyway, let me quickly get on to the next one. Oh, wait. Okay, so the next one is, I'm pretty sure, hold on. Behind the music, Michael Jackson. Hold on. Or should I be singing Fredo? You wanna be starting something? You wanna be starting something? Okay, yeah, it's this one I'm meant to react to. So let's get into it. If you're a Michael Jackson fan, hit the subscribe button, turn on your post notifications. Get me, I've got more Michael Jackson content on the way. Let's go. I won't try to pause too much on this one though, because I've got something else to react to this afternoon. I'll pause this one last one, but you know.
Michael Jackson's Thriller is so closely associated with Halloween that it can be easy to overlook the fact that it's also the most influential music video ever made, for a host of reasons, only partly related to its spooky subject matter. For starters, it's the most popular and critically acclaimed music video in history, one whose fame helped push the album it was part of, 1982's Thriller, to become the highest-selling album in music history, with some estimates claiming over 100 million copies sold worldwide.
See? What did I say? It can't be 70 million worldwide. Now you're hearing here it's over 100 million estimated. And you have to think about it logically, yeah? Just think logically. Like, he would pack out arenas or stadiums worldwide. Like, worldwide. So do you think it's not possible for him to sell out an album of that magnitude? Come on, man.
It was legendarily scandalous, with a now famous disclaimer that it in no way endorses a belief in the occult, feeding into the era's titillating frenzy over satanic panic. Thriller expanded the boundaries for music videos, single-handedly transforming what was then a new and oft-maligned genre that killed the radio star into a cultural phenomenon and an art form in its own right. Public demand to watch Thriller outside of its TV airings created a video rental boom. And crucially, its popularity pushed FM radio stations and MTV to give equal time to black entertainers along with white artists on what had been, until then, tacitly segregated outlets. So let's get into the detail. But first...
So let's get into the detail. All right, listen, hit the subscribe button, turn on the post notification. Like I said, I'm not trying to pause too much, but for copyright purposes and all that, got to do what's necessary, all right? Let's go. But I won't pause and then waffle on for like 20 minutes and all that stuff.
If you're interested in understanding the man, the music, and the magic behind Michael Jackson, we are your dedicated channel. So hit subscribe and that bell notification to keep up to speed with everything Michael Jackson, with 2 new videos every week. Also, support our channel by checking out the detail store for our original MJ-inspired styles. The inspiration. The 7th single from the 10-track album didn't have the most auspicious of starts when it was released a full year before the Thriller video. The thrill is gone, suggested the melody maker.
Imagine. No, wait. Imagine. A year has gone by. A year has gone by since the release, and then afterwards he makes Thriller album. Single. He makes it the single and makes a video for it.
In its review of the album. And it wasn't until videos for Billie Jean and Beat It hit heavy rotation on MTV in early 1983, and Jackson performed the moonwalk for the first time on the Motown 25 TV special in May that it really took off. However, album sales started to fall in late 1983, so promoter Frank DeLeo assuaged Jackson's angst over declining sales by encouraging him to make a 3rd video to join the other 2. Thriller was considered an easy lift due to content.
Hear me out. Me personally, I'm not going to lie to you. I think I would be, over a year, I think I would be satisfied knowing that I dominated the chart for a year with 1 album. I would be satisfied. But Mike wasn't satisfied. Man said I wanted to continue dominating. Aye, because the king does what the king does, isn't it? Was it the king does what the king wants what the king does what the king, yeah. You get what I mean.
All you've got to do is dance, sing, and make it scary. While Epic Records was certainly thrilled with the landmark success of Thriller after the hit singles Billie Jean and Beat It were released, the label viewed the album's title track as something of a novelty and had no plans to release it as a single. In his 1988 memoir, Moonwalk, Jackson discussed how he had conceived of each of the 3 short films that were produced to accompany Thriller. The music videos for Billie Jean, Beat It, and Thriller to be genre-advancing, innovative, and inventive. I wanted to be a pioneer in this relatively new medium and make the best short music movies we could make, Jackson wrote. On the set, I explained that we were doing a film, and that was how I approached it. DeLeo recalled saying to Jackson,
approaching it like a film. Now it makes even more sense, because if you approach it like it's just a music, it's mad when you think about it, because how do you even, before that, how would you approach it? The fact that he had the audacity. Now wait, think about it. To have the audacity to say, I'm changing the game. I don't like this. I don't like this one bit. I don't like what I'm seeing. I'm going to change the game so I can create what I want to see. To the point where other people are now copying him, to the point where you have other artists who, if you look at their music videos, do you know what I mean? You can only, if there's like a short story to it. Like, I'll give you an example, yeah? Like Rapman, for example, although he does storytelling through rap, but when he did that, he ended up making TV shows. Do you know what I mean? Blue Story movie, then the movie for Blue Story. Then he did, well, that was a rap kind of, I don't explain it, but if you know, you know. Then he did he ended up doing the movie Blue Story. Then he ended up doing, what was it? Yeah, Supercell. And then Supercell 2 is season 2 is should come out. I don't know if one person who I want to be in it. well, I said too much. The one person I wanted to be in it is Sneakbo, yeah? Sneakbo. I want him to turn into a cat, yeah? Like he's turned into a cat in Brixton, McDonald's. Listen, it happened. Sneakbo may want to say it didn't happen. It happened, yeah? It happened. He turned into a cat, all right? Nah, but anyway, all jokes aside, like, no, you got to look at it. It's like Michael Jackson really said, I'm going to change the game. And he did.
In a 2010 Vanity Fair profile of Jackson and the film. Music videos at the time were always just needle drop. Some were pretty good, but most were not. And they were commercials. Michael's such a huge star that I said, maybe I can bring back the theatrical short. I pitched him the idea and he totally went for it. Michael was extremely enthusiastic because he wanted to make movies. The production. John Landis was in London in 1983 when Jackson called to ask if he was interested in making a video for Thriller. Seemingly unaware of the time difference, Jackson had called at 2 a.m. UK time, and the sleepy director...
Man called at 2 a.m. Hey, listen, are you picking up the call at 2 a.m.? Better fact, if it's Michael Jackson, you pick up the call. And if they said it's Michael Jackson, it's like, the stories I've heard when Michael Jackson's called people, they quickly hang up because they don't believe it's Michael. They just don't believe it's him.
Had to feign knowledge of the song, which he hadn't heard. Jackson, for his part, hadn't seen Landis's films Animal House, The Blues Brothers, or Trading Places. He wanted Landis because of an American Werewolf and...
Time out. John Landis is involved with Trading Places, but also, what was that other movie? Hold on. He's involved with another movie that I like. Oh, what movie was it? The Blues Brothers. Raw. I didn't know that. I didn't know
London.
that.
The film that established the horror comedy as a galvanizing force within the horror genre. Jackson wanted to hire Landis because the concept of the Thriller music video also involved a weird transformation, and because Landis's darkly comedic touch matched the comical pastiche of serious horror that Jackson was aiming for. Thriller was an event, even when it was being shot in October 1983. Marlon Brando, Fred Astaire, Rock Hudson, and Jackie Kennedy Onassis all turned up on set, and Eddie Murphy, Prince, and Diana Ross were spotted at the private premiere. The commercial release. After the video premiered on MTV at midnight on December 2nd.
I need to hear a video of Prince talking about that experience of watching Thriller. Because we hear about the rivalry between the two. Do you know what I mean? We hear about the rivalry, but like for him to pull up to the premiere, the private premiere, come on, it's not even. But then again, can you shout to your rivals and be like, "All right, let me see what you got, big man. Is that what you're on? All right, cool." Do you know what I mean? And just seek out the competition and be like, "All right, I'm gonna better you and do something different." You know what I'm saying? Like maybe it's that. I don't know. You know what I mean? Because I swear in the same decade, Prince did Purple Rain, which also was iconic, by the way. But let's go.
And it sealed the network's reputation as a new cultural force, dissolved racial barriers in the station's treatment of music, and helped create a market for VHS rentals and sales. When the production budget ran over double the original proposal, Thriller ultimately cost $900,000. Then
originally budgeted for $500,000. Then it ran over $900,000. And I swear Michael Jackson put up some of the money.
An unprecedented cost for a music video. Jackson found an ingenious way to make up the difference. He hired a second film crew to document the production as it was happening and convinced MTV and Showtime to pay to license the making of Thriller, which ultimately premiered after the music video and, as Jackson reported in Moonwalk, sold 1 million copies all by itself. It was...
And that's another thing Michael Jackson pioneered. Wait a minute, I'm just clocking. Behind the scenes of making a video. Because think about it, prior to that, who would really want to see behind the scenes of those type of videos of just, do you know what I mean? I don't know how to explain it. But like, if it's a short film or something, or like, think about it. He pioneered that. Wow. Yo, there's levels. He really is the king of pop. This is undisputed. No one could take
The
that
first
crown.
time a documentary film had ever been made about a music video, and it further legitimized the work
There you
Jackson.
go. Why not? There you go. There you go. I was thinking, and then now they just confirmed it.
Million copies all by itself. It was the first time a documentary film had ever been made about a music video, and it further legitimized the work Jackson was doing. Jackson reported in Moonwalk that the video and its title song, released as a single in February 1984, drove 14 million additional sales of Thriller in the first 6 months after their release.
And you know what's so mad? It's the fact that we associate the music or that song with Halloween, but yet it was released at a different time. That's funny.
Ultimately, the monumental success of the album Thriller, nominated for 12...
Wait. Speaking of Michael Jackson, I just seen a notification from like one of his sons, like I kid you not, on Instagram. That's funny. That literally is funny. I should go to it, but no. Let me just stay focused. Get me? Maybe he's posting something in regards to his dad and seeing that the Thriller Challenge 2025 and just showcasing that, because that's what he likes to do. He likes to showcase his dad's fans. Like, I've noticed that about him. Which is good. This is good.
Grammys and winning a record-breaking 8 made Jackson an unstoppable force who had to be taken seriously. There were times during the Thriller project when I would get emotional or upset because I couldn't get the people working with me to see what I was, Jackson wrote in Moonwalk. Thriller turned the making of music videos into a proper industry. It launched a dance craze and a red jacket fashion favorite. It won 3 MTV Awards, 2 American Music Awards, and a Grammy. In 2009, it became the first music video inducted into the Library of Congress's National Film Registry, designated as a national treasure. Then there's the sheer mimetic quality of Jackson's iconic Thriller dance itself, which has been endlessly mimicked, duplicated, and recreated in nostalgic pop culture moments. But if anything, the extended life that Thriller...
Hey, wait. I just clocked. See, like, there's levels. No one can compare to mine, man. Bollywood. Bollywood. Nah, look at this. One more time.
Which has been endlessly mimicked, duplicated, and recreated in nostalgic pop culture moments. But if anything, the extended life that Thriller has had all over the world suggests that we're still capable of being brought together and feeling that collective sense of exhilaration. And while it's true that our interest in Thriller peaks annually on Halloween, it's really just an excuse to celebrate a love that flows year-round. After all, for fans of the King of Pop, every night is a Thriller night. Check out our channel for even more Michael Jackson, and also click on the link in our description to visit our store. Thank you for watching The Detail. We'll see you next time.
All right. Let's keep it
Seek
moving.
the new experience October 3rd.
Keep it moving. Let's see what people say in the comments real quick, because there is one more that I was meant to react to until... Let me see if I can find it here. Anyway. All right. Let's go to the most recent. MJ, boom, they put Michael Jackson cadence, Ashton Higher, I don't know what that means. This is a great documentary, and this is what I'm going to react to next. Anyway, so, all right. This further proves how much MJ... Yeah, this further proves how much MJ is the king, because ain't nobody like listen. Anyway, let's get into the next one real quick. Fred, I'm making of a masterpiece. I'll try not to pause too much because it is pretty long.
November 30th, 1982. Something appeared on record store shelves. Something so hypnotic, so enticing, so unstoppable. Nothing and no one could stand in its way. What came next would send shock.
Make sure you hit the like button, turn on the subscribe button. Let's keep it moving. Let's go. Okay, I don't know why this is doing this. I don't know what's going on. The internet connection's fine. Maybe it wants me to rewind it. I don't know.
That's something, being the legend that would become Thriller.
Yes, Michael. I'm not like other guys.
Michael Jackson's single that is currently #1 on the rhythm and blues and pop single charts. Jackson is also the first singer ever to have an album and a single in first place on both charts.
That's information I didn't know. That wow, he's the first artist to have both single and album on a chart.
Michael Jackson Thriller.
In both charts.
Now, since Michael Jackson is a proud winner of 8 shiny new Grammys, you might expect the sales of his records to suddenly surge. Sorry, you see, sales have always been up.
Anything with Michael Jackson on it does continue to sell.
Ain't she right about that? Anything with Michael Jackson in it, it sells. Why do you think they all use his name to get clickbaits or to get click-throughs or whatever? Like, do you know what I mean? Even if they see something negative, yeah, which most of the time they do, it's, yeah.
I love you, Michael Jackson.
The album broke down every barrier imaginable, appealing to black and white, young and old, rich and poor, across the nation and beyond. Within 15 months, Thriller would become the best-selling album of all time. And the nation's top-selling record for 2 years in a row, with eventual sales of an estimated 70 million copies worldwide. Despite critics characterizing Thriller as simply a collection of hits rather than a coherent body of work, Thriller's production quality, innovative music videos, and Michael Jackson's incredible instincts as a performer set new standards for creativity. Quote, sequencing an album, Quincy Jones explained, is one of the joys in being a producer because it's like making a movie. Michael Jackson's passion for the art of filmmaking drove him to not only create a musical masterpiece, but a visual one as well. For the first time exploring visions much darker and more sinister, revealing his own internal angst. Life would ultimately imitate art, as themes outlined in Thriller predicted struggles Michael would endure in the years to come, as though he knew it to be his destiny. He sings about being afflicted by relentless speculation, paranoia, and press intrusion, as well as intense feelings of isolation and longing for meaningful human connections. The unavoidable mindless zombies out for his blood, whether corporate leeches, the tabloids, or a predatory medical system, resulting in his startling physical transformation that the public bared witness to. Thriller left an indelible mark on Michael Jackson, a pinnacle he long yearned for, but was ultimately haunted by. Every album, single, or career move since would undoubtedly be compared to the once-in-a-lifetime hysteria
Starting a fashion brand shouldn't feel impossible.
While here, hit the subscribe button.
Other print-on-demand platforms claim to support creators.
Especially if you're into Michael Jackson content.
Thriller mania ignited. An experience so intoxicating, Jackson never stopped pushing harder and farther to strive beyond its confines. A time when he believed his talents were endless, his impact expansive, and his legacy so enduring it will last forever. This is Thriller Forever, a video series chronicling every detail in the construction, release, and lasting impact of Michael Jackson's musical juggernaut. From the good, the incredible, the bad, and the downright ugly.
One of the graphs said there's never been a Thriller tour.
To understand,
just deep dive, there's never been a tour for Thriller. Despite the success of the album, he ended up touring with his brothers. The Victory Tour, I believe it was. Come on, man. And then that tour, yeah, we know what happened during that tour when they were filming the Pepsi commercial. You know what I mean? That led to the addiction of, you know what I mean? He even sang on about it. What was it? I forgot what it's called. He taking morphine. There was another thing, part of it. I forgot it, but if I can remember, I'll remember it.
the motivations behind Thriller, we must first get to grips with the context of its recording and Michael Jackson's career thus far. At 23 years,
I remember it now. It's Demerol, oh God, he's taking Demerol. Oh, imagine he's singing about that in the 90s. Like, he was singing for help. He was singing for help. What are we talking about? When you deep it, that's insane, you know. But anyway, let's keep it moving now. Let's go. If I can, there's a documentary that I want to react to in regards to, do you know what I mean? But if I can, I'll react to it. If I can't, it is what it is.
Years old, he was already a veteran of showbiz, having been a star since the early 1970s. He, with his brothers, achieved an incredible run of crossover hits as the Jackson 5, which was followed by Michael's massive solo success with 1979's Off the Wall. The album, the first to be produced by Quincy Jones, achieved a music industry milestone with 4 top 10 hits, earning Jackson a Grammy for Best R&B Male Vocal Performance for its lead single, Don't Stop Till You Get Enough. Having sold over 8 million copies by 1982, Off the Wall was the best-selling album by a black artist up until that point.
Time out. So Mike set the bar. Then he said, you know what? I want to outdo me again. I want to outdo me. What do you mean? See, nobody talks about this. No one talks about Off the Wall being the best-selling album at a certain point. Nobody talks about this. Everyone wants to talk about Thriller. Cool, fair enough, that's good. But nobody talks about Off the Wall. Nobody. Like, and it's one of the greatest like R&B albums you're ever gonna hear. Like, it's one of the greatest produced, vocally produced, sonically, everything. Like, it's just one of the best. And the thing is, yeah, for it to sell over 8 million copies and at that time be the best selling ever at that time, cold. And he surpassed himself. He surpassed 8 million to go. In fact, I swear it was around 15 million to be fair. We're going to get that another time. Let's go.
Beyond his early Motown child stardom, Jackson had now proven himself as a vibrant solo artist with his disco-defying breakout. However, despite these achievements, Jackson was surprisingly disappointed by the record's outcome, both critically and commercially. After Off the Wall, Michael Jackson experienced a transitional period, a time of increased independence. Soon hiring John Branca, Michael told the entertainment lawyer that he needed to be the biggest and the wealthiest star in show business. He expressed how upset he was about his
biggest and the wealthiest star in show business. By the age of 29, he became a billionaire. Let's remember that. Let's go.
Perceived underperformance of Off the Wall, feeling it deserved the Grammy Award for Record of the Year. From Michael's standpoint, he and Quincy Jones produced one hell of an album, and all he got in return was a token from the Grammy voters, who still saw him as that cute little kid with the great moves on The Ed Sullivan Show.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Michael vowed it can never happen again. In general, he's undervalued by the music industry, demonstrated in 1980 when Rolling Stone declined to run a cover story on him. Jackson responded, quote, "I've been told over and over that black people on the cover of magazines don't sell copies. Just wait."
And do you know what's mad about that? It comes, yeah. You know what's mad about that? Years later, it turns out that the head of Rolling Stones or the founder or something like that, I don't want to get it wrong, but someone associated with Rolling Stones came out and basically, let's put it this way, they're, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Just remember, Michael Jackson's breaking down racial barriers in so many different areas, including the magazine's covers. You know what I mean? And look at that. He has so many iconic magazine covers. And even Janet's got a few. Not even a few, many of them. And I swear it's on the Rolling Stone where she has the iconic. No, wait. I swear it literally is the Rolling Stone. She has that iconic magazine cover. I swear it's the Rolling Stone. Janet, say thank you to your brother Mike. Nah, joking. Let's go.
Someday those magazines are going to be begging me for an interview. Maybe I'll give them one, and maybe I won't. Therefore, Michael Jackson approached recording his next LP with this competitive determination, motivated by the bitter embarrassment he felt he suffered and his refusal to be overlooked. With laser focus, Michael was intent to study, practice, and create something so incredible it would be impossible for anyone to ignore it. In general, Michael Jackson was frustrated by albums that had one good song and the rest were like B-sides. The singer saying, quote, "Ever since I was a little boy, I would study composition, and it was Tchaikovsky that influenced me the most. If you take an album like the Nutcracker Suite, every song is a killer, every one. So I said to myself, why can't there be a pop album where every song is a killer?" With his next record,
hey, yo. Just the thought alone? Come on, man.
Jackson wanted to continue to push his creative capabilities. The United States was in the midst of unemployment reaching a 4-decade high. Record sales had been declining since the late 1970s. Disco had faded without anything really to replace it. New Wave and MTV were only in its infancy, and the top 40 radio had all but died, as stale classic rock dominated the airwaves. As the New York Times put it, quote, "There had never been a bleaker year for pop than 1982. The music industry needed a radical shakeup, and for it to have been delivered into record stores yesterday. Therefore, on the first day of recording, producer Quincy Jones walked into Westlake Studios in Los Angeles and said, quote, "Okay guys, we're here to save the recorded music industry." To accomplish this, one of their priorities was to balance the album's various genres and forms between R&B, pop, rock, disco, funk, and ballads, producing an album that wouldn't be restricted by racially drawn classification of genre or radio play. As in the early 1980s, radio was still largely segregated, adhering to narrow programming based on racialized genres.
This is what's still insane to me, yeah? I know about the whole MTV situation, but I wasn't aware about the radio situation. And then you have to bear in mind, I'm just thinking about hip-hop as well, because they never really had like a station up until a certain point. But this is incredible. Let's keep it moving.
Jackson and Jones reviewed hundreds of song demos, listening to each one to see if it had the qualities they were looking for. Jones referred to this process as, quote, "Polaroids." Each potential song was held up to see how it fit in with their pre-existing material and if it met their exacting standards. Quote, "I called Michael Smelly because when he liked a piece of music or a certain beat, instead of calling it funky, he'd call it smelly jelly. When it was really good, he'd say, 'That's some smelly jelly.'"
So, let me not call out people, is it? You know what I mean? Lionel Richie.
Songs written by Michael were dictated into an audio recorder, after which he'd sing them from memory. Bruce Swedien remembering, quote, "Michael was never late for a session. If anything, he would be early. Also, I never remember recording Michael with the lyrics in front of him. He would stay up all night memorizing the song or songs we were about to record. I don't think there are a lot of artists who do that." In addition to memorizing the lyrics, Michael also preferred to record vocals in the dark, so he could, without distraction, focus on his voice, the intentions of the words, and the emotions behind them. Swedeen adding, quote, "The human being is primarily a visual animal. Hearing is our second sense. People can be distracted by too much light in the studio to the extent that it can take away from the music."
I adore him.
Also, you've got to bear in mind as well, from a music perspective as well, light is also sound. I know it sounds mad to say, but light is actually sound. So it would reflect. It's mad, yeah? There's a science behind it. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if Michael knew, but there's a science behind it. But let's go.
Michael. He's the greatest. And Michael is very, very polite, and he's a wonderful guy to work with. And he would say, "Bruce, that's perfect, but let's try one more." And this is like mix 80. And so I say, "No problem." So we did it.
Of course, it wasn't all fun and games. According to Jackson, Quincy was a perfectionist. He always asked for another take.
My mic was on mute. I was saying Bruce Swedeen trying to imitate Mike was hilarious.
Quincy would often get frustrated with Jackson for spending so much time rehearsing his dance moves. Additionally, creative tensions started to reveal themselves between the two. Quote, "There was a point where we thought it was all over, that we were all finished," remembers keyboard player Greg Fillinganes. Quote, "There had been so much hard work and long hours, and Quincy's saying it's not there yet, and Michael, almost distraught, is saying, what are we going to do now?" Quincy felt that there were certain elements that were missing still, and we went back to the drawing board.
He just has a great quality for excellence, for perfection, and anybody who's worked with him notices this. The way he'll make you do a thing until it's perfect.
Over and over again?
Yes.
He's difficult to work with?
No, I like to be grinded a lot. No, he's not difficult at all. He'll say, "It's beautiful, we have a take." Then he'll say, "Well, can you give us one more?"
You see, I like that.
My team's pieces, and I needed a fresh start, and I needed to be able.
Like,
Jackson.
When everyone says, "Oh, Michael Jackson's the perfectionist," he's the perfectionist. But remember, who is he also learning that from? Quincy Jones. You know what I mean? Let's go.
Jones made many different mixes of each song due to their dissatisfaction with every result. After they finished the record, the production team was surprisingly somber. No one was happy with the way the tracks had turned out, so they decided to remix every
scared of that snake.
single song once again, spending an entire week on each track. Quincy Jones saying that they, quote, "did the final mixes up until 9 o'clock in the morning of the deadline. We had 3 studios going at once." After a total of 4 months and coming in on a budget at $750,000, the crew submitted the final record on November 8th, 1980.
$750 was the budget. Look how much they broke even. Hey, nah, they broke even beyond that.
Just 22 days before its release. The team had whittled down a collection of 30 demos to the chosen 9 that made up the final album, with Jackson writing 4 of them himself. But after leaving the studio, were the crew confident they had achieved the goal they initially set their sights on? Quincy Jones stated that there is never any way to predict a hit record. Quote, "You can't explain something like that. You can't aim at it," he said. "It's why I used to keep a sign in the studio saying, 'Always leave space for God to walk into the room.'"
Everybody.
There's some things I really hate about Quincy Jones, the things he says sometimes, but this is one of the things I rate him saying. Do you know what I mean? I'm glad he said that. Let me rewind that for a bit. Just a tiny bit. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on.
Album, with Jackson writing 4 of them himself. But after leaving the studio, were the crew confident they had achieved the goal they initially set their sights on? Quincy Jones stated that there is never any way to predict a hit record. Quote, "You can't explain something like that. You can't aim at it," he said. "It's why I used to keep a sign in the studio saying, 'Always leave space for God to walk into the room.'"
Everybody goes into a studio to make the biggest record in the world. Sure. And everybody's always surprised when it isn't the biggest record in the world. And surprised when it's not.
And everything was just right. Again, you know, if you just get out of your own way and let that force go to work, that's what happened.
Bruce Swedien harbored similar sentiments. Quote, I think anyone who would have the balls to say that is a liar, because you don't really know until it gets out in the public and they say, wow, this is really good. The only person certain that the record would achieve incredible success was Michael himself. Jerry Hershey from Rolling Stone stating that, quote, Michael had predicted it all when I first met him. The media...
That's interesting. And because I don't know, because obviously it's his work, but like sometimes you can predict your work to be a certain way, or sometimes you can predict something about your life and it could go a certain way. Sometimes, you know what I mean? The prediction could be way off. Like it could happen, but not at the time that you think it's gonna happen. That's another thing. But let's keep it moving.
The Geek Show, the staggering sales figures, the order of singles, everything in which was to come. In preparation for its release, renowned photographer Dick Zimmerman captured the album cover's final image, which featured Jackson in a slick white suit he plucked off the photographer's shoulders while shooting. The gatefold sleeve reveals a tiger cub at Jackson's leg, which, according to Zimmerman, Jackson kept away from his face, fearing it would scratch him. Album artwork, certainly in the 80s, played a key role in attracting record buyers. A visual representation of the music inside, before the prominence of music videos. For a record that covers such a diverse range of genres, its slick mono...
I can say this now, yeah? I can say this now. I was waiting for this day to happen because I really wanted to say this. Do you see the top that Michael Jackson's wearing in this cover? Do you notice something? Look at the shirt. That's not a button shirt, by the way. It's a zip. Hey, yo, only Mike can get away with that. Only Michael Jackson, to be precise, can get away with that. Like, till this day, I'm telling you, look, because I saw it like a few weeks ago, but I said, you know what, let me just wait till I react to the Thriller, and then I'll be able to mention it. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm able to mention it. Let's go.
Chromatic styling may have signified a musical reset of sorts. A new era, detached from previous disco glitz, bubblegum, and Motown, ushering in the next chapter of Michael Jackson. The presence of the cub showcasing his playfulness, as well as signifying Michael's attraction to the exotic and his more daring side. Certainly not your typical Jackson's record, the title suggesting something unexpected. All thriller without the filler.
The all-new iPhone 17 Pro has the most pro iPhone ever.
The public's first hint of a new era of Michael Jackson came with the release of its lead single, a playful track he wrote and sang with ex-Beatle Paul McCartney, "The Girl Is Mine." The singer's first credited collaboration came about after Jackson and Quincy Jones visited McCartney at his ranch in Tucson, Arizona, spending a couple of days rehearsing and indulging in the musician's shared obsession with cartoons. Quote, "When I approached Paul," Jackson wrote in his 1988 autobiography, Moonwalk, "I wanted to repay the favor he had done me in contributing Girlfriend to Off the Wall." The two soon began collaborating musically, a partnership that continued even when the Jacksons went on tour, with the ex-Beatle tagging along, songwriting with Michael whenever he was not on stage. During this time...
Raw, I didn't know you joined him on stage. I mean, on tour, I didn't know that. Raw, I didn't know that. Yet he wanted to hate on Michael Jackson when he brought, you know, ATV Publishing. Everyone must say, yeah, it's the Beatles, it's the Beatles, the Beatles. It was the Beatles that they brought, that Michael Jackson brought. No, he brought ATV Publishing that had the majority of the Beatles catalog, but it also had some songs from Elvis, like Jailhouse Rock. Do you understand? Listen, there's levels to this. Let's go. Bruce Springsteen, I think, the Rolling Stones. Anyway, let's go.
Time, the duo recorded Say, Say, Say and The Man for McCartney's upcoming 5th solo album, Pipes of Peace. However, it was now Michael's turn to write a song for them for his next LP. Producer Quincy Jones had initially told Jackson to write a song about two men fighting over a girl. Inspired, Jackson awoke during the night and sang the song into a tape recorder.
And by the way, you know the song "The Boy Is Mine" by Brandy and Monica, which is a super, super classic. Which, funny enough, Brandy also ended up working with Michael Jackson on the Invincible album, but that's a story for another day. But basically, that's where the inspiration comes from. That Brandy and Monica were inspired by Michael Jackson and Paul McCartney.
He later said, quote, "I sang exactly what I heard in my head, starting with the melody and the keyboard and the strings and everything. So I just orally put it all on tape." Jones listened and then asked Jackson to add a rap verse of the two friends talking it out. Quote, "We're fighting over this girl in the song," Jackson said, and it came out beautifully. The Superstar Duet was the first track recorded for Michael's new album at Westlake Studios, Los Angeles, from April 14th to the 16th, 1982. The session became a spectacle in itself, attracting press attention even before a single release date had been announced. Toto guitarist Steve Lukather, who had gotten a call from Jackson himself to play on several songs, vividly recalls, quote, "The McCartney duet was really insane," he said. "You can imagine what kind of a zoo it was, with Michael and Quincy and McCartney and all the people and the staff and the security. We never even got into the control room. Beatles producer George Martin and Beatles engineer Jeff Emmerich were there, Dick Clark. It was so intense." Despite the chaos and the distractions while recording, engineer Bruce Swedien only had fond memories of the session. Quote, "Paul was such a gentleman. He came to the studio prepared. Linda McCartney was with him and we had a fabulous time." Michael Jackson even said that the recording of "The Girl Is Mine" was one of his most enjoyable moments in the studio. Reminiscing, quote, "Of all of my recordings as a solo artist, my favorite is probably "The Girl Is Mine," because working with Paul McCartney was pretty exciting and we just literally had fun. It was like lots of kibitzing and playing and throwing stuff at each other and making jokes. We actually recorded the instrumental track and the vocals pretty much live at the same time."
So mad that years later that Paul McCartney would backstab him. Do you see what I said about Friends earlier? They like backstabbed him. Let me be careful with the words I'm saying, but you know what I'm saying.
And Michael and I were both up for working together, and it was very professionally handled, you know, so that all it really needed was for us to get out there and perform and have a good time. But with Michael, it's not really work. It's just, it's more like play, you know. It's just like when you start up in the business or with a group and so they say, well, we play together. It's the word you use with music, isn't it? He plays, but what does he do for a living? He plays. And in this instance, that's what it was really. We were just playing around.
I hear what you're saying.
Michael Jackson was positive they'd recorded a surefire hit, a signature tune for both of them that embodied McCartney's melody and his distinctive groove. Dick Clark commenting, quote, "Even during rehearsals of the tune, you knew it was going to be a hit. I could tell from the level of excitement in the place the creative partnership was bound to be magic." And you know what? That's exactly what Michael Jackson says entertainment is. Magic.
There's one thing communicators always do, but most never try. You see, most people...
McCartney, however, expressed some trepidation about the song's bubblegum feel. He was especially concerned about the cloying use of the word doggone. Quote, "You could say it's shallow," he admitted. When I checked it out with Michael, he explained that he wasn't going for depth, he was going for rhythm, he was going for feel. Released on October 18th, 1982, a month before the album, and while the team was still recording, Bruce Swedien recalls, quote, "Quincy would come in every morning and put on a couple of local radio stations, and they were all playing The Girl Is Mine, so that would make you very serious about your work very quickly." The single's cover photograph was taken by McCartney's wife, Linda, and while the sweet enough middle-of-the-road song was charming, one thing was certain. This wasn't the "Don't Stop Till You Get Enough" Part 2 many were expecting. But for Michael, the breezy radio-friendly tune was the obvious first single, especially after McCartney achieved a hit duet with Stevie Wonder, Ebony and Ivory, earlier that year.
Hey, yo, I might have to do a reaction to Stevie Wonder's hits as well. Like, that that brother's got hits for decades upon decades upon decades. Hey, listen, Stevie, if you know, you know.
Later writing that, quote, "We really didn't have much choice. When you have two strong names like that together on a song, it has to come out first or it gets played to death and overexposed. We had to get it out of the way." However, radio listeners were overall not that impressed by The Girl Is Mine and felt that Jackson and Jones had diluted their talents to accommodate to a white pop audience. Without anything else to go by, many feared Jackson's upcoming LP would also be a disappointment if the singer's overarching ambition was to achieve widespread commerciality. However, Jackson knew from experience with racially segregated radio airplay practices, releasing his McCartney collab first would give his subsequent releases a better chance of crossing over into the mainstream. So,
you see what I'm trying to say? The vision. He had a vision. He had a vision. So you see when people say, oh, they're crossing over, and they act like it's a bad thing. And no, it's not. Like, breaking barriers is a good thing. More money, more success, not for just the individual themselves, but for other people. He literally not even opens, he kicks down the door. He kicks it off the hinges to the point there's the material that was made for it. They no longer manufacture the material. So you can walk through the door. That's what they've been, that's what Mike has been doing. Anyway.
Song Facts explaining, quote, "It was released first because it was guaranteed airplay thanks to McCartney's contribution. The song was a very safe choice as the first single, since it was very conventional and easy to understand. Jackson was afraid that if he released an edgy song first, people wouldn't give the album a chance.
That's true.
Jackson's instincts would ultimately be proven correct, as the mainstream track that essentially chronicles an interracial love triangle would go on to sell 1.3 million copies. The Girl Is Mine kicking off a string of chart success for Jackson, making it to number 2 on Billboard and all the way to number 1 on the R&B singles chart, the first time a Beatle topped the R&B list. Soon after,
Hey, the first time an Beatles topped the R&B chart. That's funny to me. That's funny to me. I don't know.
Michael Jackson's new album, Thriller, quietly slipped into the charts at number 11 on December 25, 1982. When compared to its lead single, the listeners were stunned by what they were confronted with as the album's opening track, instantly silencing those who believed Jackson may have lost his edge. 3 ricocheting drum beats kick off the frenetic opener, appropriately titled "Wanna Be Startin' Something." Its driving beat and hypnotic bass made it the closest thing on Thriller to Michael's previous output. Which is no surprise because the singer reportedly started working on the track while recording Off the Wall, which may be one reason it was chosen as the album opener. There simply wasn't a genre for a song like this in 1982. It wasn't disco. It wasn't funk. It wasn't R&B. It wasn't new wave. It was something new. A song so wild and energetic, it nearly bursts at the seams. Michael Jackson is in high-energy mode, nimbly and clearly enunciating the onrushing lyrics that varies from astonishment to righteous frustration. Jackson introduces a new tone that would soon become his signature. And
I swear it's that same song, yeah. He mentioned, there's another song on the album prior to Billie Jean where he mentions about Billie Jean. And it's a song he wrote, by the way. Just to let you know. Just so you understand.
Edge of fear and paranoia. Unlike previous releases that centered on innocent crushes and dancing all night long, he, for the first time, depicts something darker and more insidious. A world hungry for idle gossip that feasts on rumor and innuendo. While even sparing a verse to square off with teen pregnancy, Jackson's vocals are biting, intense, and even taunting as he teases, "You're a vegetable, they eat off of you." Originally written for his sister LaToya about her troubled relationship with her sisters-in-law, Michael ended up recording the song himself. Bruce...
Time out. Time out. Time out. Time out. This is the first, and you can let me know in the comments below if this is the first time you're hearing this song was originally for LaToya Jackson. I didn't know that. I honestly didn't know that. Yo, I need to hear Latoya talk about this. Does she know this is meant to be for her? Do you know what I mean? I think she's also on the vocals for PYT as well. Let's keep it moving. Let's go.
Swadeen recalling, quote, "That track is about Michael's brother's wives and how they were always creating trouble. That was his inspiration." The song was originally composed in 1978, but was later re-recorded in the fall of 1982, and was one of the 4 tracks that Jackson received writing credits for. "Wanna Be Startin' Something" climaxes in an African-inspired chant, often misidentified as Swahili, but is actually based on Douala, giving the song an international flavor and reassuring.
We're gonna get. This is where I should receive. Do you know what? I'll come back to that another time. Let's go.
Listeners that Jackson hadn't lost his funk or forgotten his roots in black music. Journalist Nelson George writing that when the Jackson 5 traveled to Senegal in 1973, the experience had a profound effect on a teenage Michael Jackson. George quotes Jackson as saying, quote, "I don't want the blacks to ever forget that this is where we come from and where our music comes from. I want us to remember." A slight variation on Cameroonian saxophonist Manu Dibango's 1972 proto-disco hit, Soul Makossa. Quote, "Michael heard that and he liked it," recalled Quincy Jones.
Now it makes even more sense. Because I've heard that he sampled that, but that makes sense. That makes sense. Let's go.
I said, "Michael, that's Mano Dibango's record." And he said, "But I need it." This was the sound of a new pop renaissance. It had no borders. It was a sonic carnival, perfectly capturing the diversity, fusion, and velocity of a new era.
Well, I know that Michael would have a little, it wasn't a dictaphone, a little cassette. He'd be and you know, he would, I think, work out some things with that little move, you know. He was something else. He was able to create what he needed.
I hear that still.
Okay, if there's one AI site builder you need to meet, it's this dope tech from Wix.
When released as a...
I need to, like I said, I need to hear the song fully again to really understand the interpolations of the other thing I was watching where they were talking about how it's Afrobeat. You know what I mean? Like, I need to fully hear it.
Single, reviews for the track were positive. Christopher Connolly writing for Rolling Stone describing "Wanna Be Startin' Something" as being, quote, Thriller's most combative track. Connolly noting that in the hyperactive tune, Jackson's, quote, "emotions are so raw that the song nearly goes out of control." Cashbox called the song a smash, specifically praising the, quote, "danceable groove, superb arrangement, and strange but ultimately uplifting lyrics." Stephen Thomas Erlewine, a writer for AllMusic, described the song as, quote, "the freshest funk on the album." Ultimately, "Wanna Be Startin' Something" was well received by listeners and charted around the world, receiving an award nomination for Best R&B Song at the 1984 Grammy Awards.
And surprisingly, I'm glad they said that as well, yeah, because you know what's funny? You see how this album, Thriller, yeah, compare it to the Off the Wall where that's more R&B. It's so interesting how most people, unfortunately, for some reason, they don't see him as an R&B artist. Do you know what I mean? But he is an R&B, like, obviously he's beyond R&B, but like, do you know what I mean? Yo.
Lyrics of "Wanna Be Startin' Something," Jack fleeting reference to the album's upcoming second single, quote, "Billie Jean is always talking when nobody else is talking."
This is what I was still saying about earlier. I'm like, I'm pretty sure it was this song. I was saying there's a song on the album where he mentioned about Billie Jean. This is why I'm like, he wrote that, so clearly, yeah, if you know, you know.
Telling lies and rubbing shoulders, so they called her mouth a motor. This next release would redefine Michael Jackson, the artist, and ignite Thriller's seemingly unstoppable ascent into the history books. As soon as listeners heard the crispness of its opening beat and its straight-to-the-point groove, they knew they were in for something not quite like anything else. If ever there was a quintessential Michael Jackson tune, it would have to be the sonic masterpiece that is Billie Jean. Michael Jackson wrote and recorded the demo in his home studio in Encino, Los Angeles. The premise of the track was his desire to compose something that had a lot of bass. Jackson said of the song, quote, "A musician knows hit material. It has to feel right. Everything has to feel in place. It fulfills you and it makes you feel good." That's how I felt about Billie Jean. I knew it was going to be big while I was writing it. Michael Jackson would go on to recall that he was so absorbed in the writing of the song, he was riding down the Ventura freeway and didn't realize his car had set ablaze. Quote, "We were getting off the freeway when a kid on a motorcycle pulls up to us and says, 'Your car is on fire.' Suddenly we noticed the smoke and pulled over, and the whole bottom of the Rolls Royce was on fire. I was so absorbed by this tune floating in my..."
Damn. 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 Yo.
Head that I didn't even focus on the awful possibilities until later. Once at Westlake Studios, Jones had Jackson sing over dubs through a 6-foot cardboard tube and brought in jazz saxophonist Tom Scott to play the Lyricon. When engineer Bruce Swedien was putting together the string section, he was aiming for a classical feel instead of a pop sound. He said, quote, "I don't think there are any basses on those strings, but it was violin, viola, and cellos, and it was absolutely classical in the approach." Swedien ended up mixing the song 91 times, which was unusual for him. The mixes grew progressively worse, and Jones asked Swedien to listen again to the second mix, which was much better. Therefore, the second mix became the final version.
I want to hear all 91 mixes. Who else wants to hear all mixes? Let me know in the comments below.
Eve to me is freedom. It's a giant open universe where you can do whatever
Eve is a form
you
of
want.
rapper. It was also inspired by Michael Jackson.
There aren't many pieces of music where you can hear the first 3 or 4 notes of the drums and immediately tell what piece of music it is. But I think that is the case with Billie Jean, Swedien reflected. While recording Billie Jean, Michael Jackson and his producer Quincy Jones constantly fought over the track. Some reports stating that Jones felt it was too weak to be included on the album, a claim the music producer has since denied.
We told him what songs he was going to sing. A producer has to do that, you know. You don't ask him what songs we're going to sing. And that this whole fallacy about me not liking Billie Jean is a lie. It is. It's some lie that started somewhere, because anybody could hear that record's a smash. And also...
No, wait. His thing, this is another thing. Did Michael Jackson say that in mouth? In mouth, I'm going to somewhat believe him, because it's Michael Jackson, isn't it? But it is what it is, man. The thing is, whether Quincy said it or not, who cares, man? That song exists now, and we like the song, and it became what it became. And even if let's say it is true, yeah, and let's say if rest in peace Quincy Jones, yeah, but like if he did say the situation was what it was, do you know what I mean? That it was that way, where he didn't put himself in a position to like the song, then what else is there? It is what it is.
I know where it came from.
However, Jones did dislike the demo, nor did he care for the bass line, wanting to cut its 29-second introduction. But Jackson insisted that it be kept. According to Jones, quote, "The intro to Billie Jean was so long you could shave during it. I said we had to get to the melody sooner." But Michael said that was what made him want to dance. And when Michael Jackson says something makes him want to dance, you don't argue. So he won.
Quincy Jones say that out of his own mouth before.
Quincy Jones also wasn't keen on the track's title, wanting to change it to Not My Lover, as he believed that audiences might mistakenly think the song was referring to tennis star Billie Jean King. However, Jackson refused to change the title and asked Jones to give him co-producing credit for the track, as he felt that the finished product sounded very close to his demo. In addition, the singer requested extra royalties, but Jones granted him neither, and the two fell out over it for several days. According to Jones, Jackson stole Billie Jean's instantly recognizable beat from State of Independence.
See, this is why I was saying there's some things I like about Quincy Jones, and some things I do like. This was one of them, because how are you blatantly lying about this? Come on, man.
Track Jones produced for Donna's son that Jackson sung backing vocals on. According to songwriter John Anderson, quote, they took the riff and made it funky for Billie Jean, so that's kind of cool. That cross-pollination in music. However, according to Daryl Hall of Hall & Oates, Jackson told him that the Billie Jean groove was in fact lifted from their 1981 track, I Can't Go For That. No can do. Hall telling the former child star, quote, oh Michael, what do I care? You did it very differently. That being said, both accounts remain.
You see, that's how you do it. A real artist and creator be like, okay, I can hear it, but you did it differently, and fine. That's your thing. You did your thing. Sounds completely different, and I don't know if it's better, but do you know what I mean? A real artist, it could be like, you did it differently. You did it differently. I can't hear it. You know what I mean? You will, like, I'll give you an example here. George Clinton is one prime example who's been sampled a lot in music, right? In regards to hip hop. And you know what's mad? He's always given other people their props.
Unconfirmed. Upon the official release of Billie Jean on January 3, 1983, listeners were surprised by its lyrical content. These were emotions no one had ever heard from the former boy wonder. Quote, I figured that he was making a conscious effort to change his image, Michael's mother Catherine revealing. I think he felt that his image had become too safe. For the first time, Jackson lifts the lid on the realities of fame, and that despite the public's preconceptions, it has its darker side. A cautionary tale to, quote, be careful of what you do, because the lie becomes the truth. Billie Jean delves into themes of suspicion, rumor, and the perils of stardom. Recounting the story of a woman named Billie Jean who seduces the narrator, then claims that they have fathered her child, and despite his emphatic denials, continues to insist on his responsibility, causing immeasurable turmoil in his life. Michael Jackson stating, quote, this track was really personal. The singer's inspiration coming from the groupies he and his brothers encountered during their time performing as the Jackson 5.
This is the time when I'm like, at a certain age, yeah, I would believe that narrative. But at the age I'm at now, I'm like, no. We know where it's about, Mike. We know. This is why you because why else would you reference it and want to be started something? There had to be a reason. And then if you think about the timing of when the demo was recorded versus when the actual song was recorded, come on, man. And the timing of when that particular child was born, hey, all I'm going to say is, yeah. Let's put it this way. Do your thing, Mike.
These groupies would linger around backstage doors, forming relationships with any band members that came to town. Encounters that continued, as demonstrated when Michael was at his home in Havenhurst and some girl had snuck over the wall. His producer, Quincy Jones, said that Jackson found the woman one day lounging by his pool with a bathing suit and sunglasses on. According to Jones, she accused Jackson of being the father of her child, which Jones thought was hilarious. However, the track's true inspiration was really rooted in a far more sinister experience that he didn't feel comfortable revealing to his closest collaborators, not even Quincy Jones. When Jerry Hershey of Rolling Stone noticed a snapshot tucked into a picture frame in Jackson's dining room, he acknowledged the image was of the real Billie Jean. Hershey described her as a, quote, black teenager of average countenance posing, most likely, for a high school yearbook. The genesis of Billie Jean had in fact stemmed from letters Jackson received in 1981 from a woman asserting that he was the father of one of her twins. Jackson regularly received such claims.
I've been hearing about this as well, but I think it's a bit more. Do you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm not saying too much, but yeah. Get me? Because obviously privacy is everything, and then, yeah.
Despite never meeting these women and therefore would usually just ignore them. However, she persisted, professing her love and desire to be with him and questioning how he could ignore his own flesh and blood.
If you don't understand the rules of power, you will certainly lose to someone who does.
These letters troubled Jackson to the point of causing him continuous nightmares. The situation escalated when Jackson received a parcel containing a photo of the fan, a gun, and a letter instructing him to kill himself at a specific time, with the fan planning to do the same after killing their baby so they could reunite in the next life. Subsequently, Jackson learned that the fan had been admitted to a psychiatric hospital. Quote, "I want to memorize her face," he said, in case she ever does turn up someplace. In fear of inciting more obsessive fanatics, he never publicly revealed this origin story. Michael later writing, quote, "There never was a real Billie Jean. The girl in the song is a composite of people my brothers have been plagued with over the years. I could never understand how these girls could say they were carrying someone's child when it wasn't true." However, despite Jackson's attempts, the release of Billie Jean would usher in a new wave of psychotic extremists who believed the superstar was in fact singing about them. One even changing their name to Billie Jean Jackson and actioning a $150 million paternity case against the superstar.
Hey, yo. Be careful what you do before the lie becomes the truth. No. Anyway, let's keep it moving. Let's go.
Thanks to the release of Billie Jean, by January 1983, Michael Jackson's Thriller album had reached #1 on the R&B chart, and a month later, it topped the Billboard 200. The single also topped the music charts on March 5, 1983, before even the release of its accompanying video. Billie Jean was directed by Steve Barron, who was chosen because Jackson and Quincy Jones liked the mystery murder treatment he did for the Human League's video, Don't You Want Me, released the previous year. Barron's original idea was more complex and involved a group of dancers. With budget a factor, they simplified the concept and went with the idea of Jackson having a Midas touch, with the squares he stepped on lighting up.
And the irony is, it does feel like he has the Midas touch.
The brief was he really was looking for something magical. Now, I'd done an idea about a year earlier about the Midas touch and about everything lighting up in real magic. I wrote down a treatment which was about walking down the street and some sort of private detective. And what I'd planned for him in terms of walking along the street and the dances and things was that all the paving stones would be interactive. So he'd pressure interactive. So he'd step on one and the light would come on. Of course, you know, the budget that the art director couldn't deliver on the day. I had to take Michael through what worked and what didn't. And I said, unfortunately, we've only got 11 of these stones that light up. And I said, this is one, those two, and then you've got to skip that one. And he said, no, let's just do it.
Steve Barron remembers being in awe of the artist. Quote, "We shot that first take, got to the end, and everyone, up in the gantries, eating their sandwiches, reading the paper, painters working on another set, just burst into applause. We all just knew we'd seen another era of superstar." To save on set design, they used a technique where painted glass was placed in front of the camera to fill in the wide shots without building actual set pieces. The video also utilized innovative editing techniques, including rapid cuts and transitions, to create a dynamic and engaging visual. Barron and his team worked closely with Jackson to capture his dynamic stage presence and showcase his dance moves in a way that was both captivating and stylish.
It's so interesting how much effort goes into actually genuinely making a music video. Like, it really does. Like, yo, hit the subscribe button, turn on your post notification. Listen, I've got more Michael Jackson content coming on the way and other content that obviously other people are inspired by Michael Jackson. That is too obvious to see. Let's go.
The video also debuted Michael Jackson's new look for this era. Gone was his signature afro and showbiz glitz, to be replaced by a slick Jerry curl and black leather suit with a playful pink shirt and a red bow tie. A photographer follows Jackson but can never capture him in celluloid, as when photographed, the superstar fails to materialize on the developed picture. Jackson dances as he walks along a sidewalk to Billie Jean's hotel room. Upon arrival at the hotel, he climbs the staircase to Billie Jean's room, lighting up each step and illuminating a burnt-out hotel sign as he passes it. The paparazzo then arrives at the scene and watches as Jackson vanishes under the cover of her bed, before the police arrive and arrest him for spying on Billie Jean. As the paparazzo is led away, he drops a tiger print cloth that Jackson had left behind after polishing his shoe with it earlier in the video. On both occasions,
To this day, I only just realized that's the only time I've seen it. I knew it was a cloth he used to wipe his shoe, but I didn't know it was tiger print. But it would make sense because he had a tiger on his front cover of his album. Let's go.
Cloth briefly transforms into a tiger cub, referring to the cover of Michael Jackson's Thriller album.
There you go.
The Billie Jean video is often credited with breaking color barriers on MTV, a channel that debuted on August 1st, 1981, and up until that point exclusively pushed white artists with a more rock-oriented output. This didn't go unnoticed, as MTV was accused of racism during this era, most notably by Rick James, whose Super Freak video was rejected by the network.
No, this isn't a Wizard.
Rick James' Super Freak video was rejected by MTV. Nah, time out. Time out. Super Freak, which is a super hit. Yeah, you have to be. No. That song is liked by many cultures. Just so you know. Let's go.
I mean, there are black people here, and we make music, and we spend thousands, $100,000 on videos, and we're not doing this for the sake of because we enjoy doing it. We're doing it because it's part of the art.
Quote, maybe MTV gets slagged because of what is construed as its overt racism.
Facts. At that time.
Have you used legal aid since 2007? You could be owed compensation after a major data breach. The Ministry of Justice says hackers accessed.
Journalist Michael Shore wrote in The Village Voice in 1982, quote, it goes for the biggest sell.
Hang on, I just realized that song is inspired, or it's a sample from MC Hammer. Let's
to the biggest audience, which means white youth music as in corporate rock and heavy metal. Many behind the scenes at MTV argued that while viewers in New York or other cosmopolitan centers wouldn't be fazed by seeing black artists as part of their programming, they also needed to accommodate middle America and less open-minded territories. Even though MTV had a growing viewership, record companies wouldn't budget for videos by their black artists since they didn't think they would play them. So the network could make the argument that they simply didn't have any good videos by black artists. However, as an avid fan of filmmaking, Michael Jackson knew that argument wouldn't fly as soon as he presented them with the Billie Jean video, which was startlingly innovative and took the new art form to greater heights. Despite its production value and Jackson's star quality, MTV initially refused to air Billie Jean, promising to instead broadcast Michael's next video because it was more fitting to their rock format.
We are looking for a certain sound and a certain point of view.
Bob Pittman is the 29-year-old whiz kid who created MTV after a successful career as a radio.
Rob Pittman, that's who it. Yeah. All right, cool. Let me not say too much.
Radio station program director. He sees little difference between radio and cable.
We are not all things to all people. We are cable television, and what cable television does best is specialize. One thing per channel, so you know exactly what you're getting when you turn on the channel.
Enraged by their refusal, Walter Yetnikoff, the president of Jackson's record company CBS Records, threatened to expose MTV's stance as a racial discrimination. Quote, I said to MTV, I'm pulling everything we have off the air, all our product. I'm not going to give you any more videos. And I'm going to go public and tell them about the fact you don't want to play music by a black guy. MTV quickly relented and premiered the Billie Jean music video on March 10, 1983. The single was already topping the charts, but in part because of the video.
March 10th. Why is that a significant year? Obviously, it's a significant year for Michael Jackson, but I think for something else that I'm familiar with. March 10th. Oh. Could it be? I'll double check.
Video's heavy rotation on MTV, Billie Jean soon broke records by remaining #1 for a total of 7 weeks. Although MTV fed the public Michael Jackson's most captivating of visuals, the video didn't contain the superstar's most iconic elements of Billie Jean. For example, his fedora, sequin glove, and the moonwalk. These visual cues would debut on May 16, 1983, when Jackson agreed to perform the track at the Motown 25.
May 16th, isn't that Janet Jackson's birthday? Wait. Hold on, there's two things I need to realize. Hold on. May 16. Yeah, Janet Jackson's birthday is May 16. Isn't that amazing? Also, hold on. So I wonder how she must have felt to see that from her brother on her birthday. Anyway. Yeah. There's something else that I realized. So why it's a significant year. So March 10, because I support Chelsea Football Club, and they were founded in 1905 on March 10th. And then, 16th of May is, you know, in fact, let me see something. How old was she in 1983? So, May 16, 1983. How old was Janet Jackson? 17 on her 17th birthday. Yo, that's insane.
Yesterday, Today, Ever television special. Jackson had initially declined to perform, as at the time he wanted to distance himself from Motown and his brothers, focusing his attention on his solo work. But reconsidered after he discussed the offer with Berry Gordy, the founder of Motown, and Michael agreed only if he could perform his new track. Following performances by Marvin Gaye, Smokey Robinson, and Mary Wells, the Jacksons sang a medley of their early Motown hits. After the group performed I'll Be There, his brothers left Michael alone on the stage. Jackson wore black pants, leather penny loafers, a black sequined jacket, sequined socks, and a single white rhinestone glove. He addressed the audience, and then Billie Jean started playing to an erupting applause. During the song's instrumental interlude, he executed a move that many believe sealed his status as a pop icon. Jackson gliding backwards, performing what instantly became his signature, the moonwalk, before spinning on his heels and landing on point. It was the first time Jackson performed the move in public, after practicing it over and over again in his kitchen prior to the show. The special was watched by 50 million people, and Jackson received an Emmy nomination for his performance. Motown 25 is considered a watershed moment in popular culture, solidifying Michael Jackson as a supreme performer of a generation. The day after the show aired, Jackson was called by his childhood idol Fred Astaire, who commended him for his performance. Another childhood idol.
Listen, when you get that adulation from your inspiration, yo.
Sammy Davis Jr. admired Jackson's black sequin jacket during the show and later received it as a gift. Despite the show's success, Michael was surprisingly dissatisfied with his performance. After getting off stage, he cried due to being unhappy with his spin and toe stand, as he wanted it to last longer. However, the gloved one was comforted by a kid that ran up to him after the show and emphatically praised his moves, taking solace in the belief that children are often your most honest critics. As a result of this performance, Jackson reached a new audience and increased sales of Thriller, soon selling as much as 1 million copies a week. becoming the first artist ever to have an album and single in top position on the Billboard charts at the same time. In 1984, Billie Jean would be awarded honors including 2 Grammy Awards and an American Music Award. Certified Diamond, a Billboard poll named the tune as Black Single of the Decade, with many considering Billie Jean as one of the greatest songs of all time.
Throw it as hard as you want. Go on. Watching it away feels like it might just keep going. Nope, here it comes! This thing's a total game changer.
Anyway, let's keep moving. Let's go. Hit the subscribe button, turn your
Despite the unmatched success of Billie Jean, Michael Jackson wasn't going to let his musical masterpiece have its moment before releasing his next smash from Thriller. Beat It was released on February 21st, 1983, as the album's 3rd single. From its opening electro chimes, this sounded unlike anything else you had heard from Jackson or any other black artist, in fact. After finishing the other tracks for the album, Quincy Jones still felt something was missing. Quincy saying that he felt the album needed, quote, a song like My Sharona, a black version of a strong rock and roll thing. With the ongoing backlash against disco making it necessary to make a stark switch from Off the Wall, Jones and Jackson were determined to make a rock song that would appeal to all tastes. Michael Jackson writing that, quote, I had been thinking I wanted to write the type of rock song that I would go out and buy, but also something totally different from the rock music I was hearing on Top 40 radio.
That's a smart way to create. It's a very smart way to create. It reminds me of what Gig said. And in fact, let me not Gig. I don't want to use Gig as an example because it wouldn't make sense in this point. But it's very smart to create like that because it's like you're seeing it as a consumer. Let's go.
The result was harder, grittier, rawer than anything Michael Jackson had embarked on before. Gone was the softness and sweetness that usually characterized his vocals, replaced by a more defiant and challenging delivery that is razor sharp. Jones saying, quote, we were very conscious of wanting a white rock and roll groove, and when Smelly wrote Beat It, we knew he'd come up with the nitroglycerin. Quincy spent weeks looking for a suitable guitarist for the song. Eventually, they found Steve Lukather of Toto to play the rhythm guitar parts. Lukather was working on the track when he heard that an Eddie Van Halen guitar solo was also going to feature. Quote, when they told me Eddie was playing on it, and they were trying to do a crossover record, I whipped out the Marshalls and did a wall of sound, he said.
You don't know what
Quincy
Marshall
sent
is.
that back and said, quote, the guitars are too heavy. They'll never play this on R&B radio.
He goes, I love it, except the guitars are too heavy. I got to get this on R&B radio, pop radio, and rock radio. They wanted me to do this part, and they're standing there, and I did it a couple times, and Quincy's like, it's not really in the pocket, lay in the pocket a little bit more. And Michael's gave me a couple little bit of directions and stuff like that. Try it again. And I started doing it. When Michael started dancing around a little bit, I knew I think Quincy's like, that's great. Let's double.
He said, as soon as I saw Michael dancing, I knew I was heading in the right direction. I like that. No, I want to see more content like this. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I need to find more content like this. When I hear artists and producers and musicians who worked with Michael Jackson, just to hear the creative process in the studio with him, because everyone has their story. But come on, man, let's go.
That part and blah blah blah, and that's the record.
Unfamiliar producing rock artists, when Van Halen came in to record his solo, Jones told him, quote, I'm not going to sit here and try to tell you what to play. The reason you're here is because of what you do play. Of course, Eddie Van Halen nailed it in 3 or 4 takes. Engineer Swedin remembering, quote, that guitar solo is incredible. But I went in there when he was tuning and warming and I left immediately. It was so loud. I would never subject my hearing to that kind of volume level. Eddie Van Halen reminiscing that he did the solo for free as a favor, even though he technically didn't have permission. Quote,
he did it for free? He did it for free? Eddie, yeah, I salute. There's some people, yeah.
The band's policy was we don't do things outside of the band. And everybody was out of town, so I had no one to ask. I swear to God, I figured who's gonna know if I play on this Black Kids record? Myth and rumor surrounded Eddie Van Halen's contribution, one being that a mystery blaze broke out in the control room as he played. Quote, Eddie was playing and the monitor speakers literally caught on fire, recalled songwriter Rob Temperton. The speaker caught fire and we were all thinking, like, this must be really good, this solo. Also, on
time out. So you're telling me if the speaker catches a blaze, you're telling me it's good, because that must mean it's a good song. I swear there was something like that in Big Bang's documentary where the speaker blew out. But yeah. Hey, yo,
the final version, right before Van Halen's guitar solo begins, a noise is heard that sounds like somebody knocking at a door. It was reported that the knock was a person walking into Van Halen's recording studio. Another story claimed that the sound was simply the musician knocking on his own guitar. However, Jackson performed the knocking sounds himself by striking a drum case. He is even credited on the album as drum case beater. Packed with killer hooks and a strong musical sensibility, Beat It pulls Michael Jackson into an urban world and relays the pressure of a young man needing to prove himself in a tough street environment. Michael takes total command with an impassioned vocal begging young men everywhere to stop the macho craziness inherent in gang life. Motivated by memories of rumbles between rival gangs from the front window of his childhood home in Gary, Indiana. Even after being lifted,
you see, when people, I will react to it in regards to Catherine Jackson and Joel Jackson in regards to, do you know what I mean? I believe the details have got something on it, but basically in regards to how Michael Jackson was raised, was he really abused? Is that, like, the thing is, like, you have to understand something. I don't want to speak too soon, because if you've seen the clip, you've seen the clip, but put it this way, the reality is, you're going to be influenced some way, somehow, by your environment. It's how you're conditioned to respond to your environment based on how you are brought up, to how you respond to that environment. Do you get it? Which in this case, Michael Jackson managed to write a hit song from his experience, from what he was seeing outside the window.
out of poverty, arriving in Hollywood to become a star at an early age, Jackson continued to grow up in an environment poisoned by toxic masculinity, the same poisonous substance that infects boys who join gangs. His ex-boxer, steelworker father terrorized and whipped him and his brothers regularly. The palpable sense of urgency in Michael's voice.
We'll get into that another time, another day.
As he sings, quote, "Don't want to see no blood, don't be a macho man," can easily be identified as a plea to temper emotions before it goes too far. As though coming from someone who first-hand experienced the trauma of machismo gone wild. However, music critics interpreted Michael's depiction of gang violence as being more rooted in Hollywood spectacle, rather than his experience on mean streets of Gary. Songfacts asserting, quote, "His interpretation of two gangs coming together to rumble was based on the celluloid interpretations that he'd seen, specifically West Side Story, which used gangs as musical art." Unsurprisingly, the 1961 musical adaptation was a huge inspiration for Jackson when composing Beat It, its title lifted from the movie's opening line. Beat it.
Hey, yo, I didn't know that.
Become even more evident in the track's accompanying music video. News of a fight circulates a diner and pool hall where gang members arrive. The camera cuts to Jackson lying on his bed as he contemplates the senseless violence. Jackson then dances his way towards the fight through the same diner and pool hall seen earlier. A knife battle takes place between the two gang leaders in a warehouse until Jackson arrives. He breaks up the fight and launches into a dance routine. Donning a zippered red leather jacket, black pants, white socks, and black loafers, the video ends with Jackson at the center of mass choreography with several synchronized dancers, introducing elements that would soon become his visual trademarks.
To the point now,
the second video released for the Thriller album was originally going to be directed by Billie Jean director Steve Barron. But Barron's idea was for Beat It to take place on a ship full of white slaves, with Michael Jackson as the slave master.
That wouldn't have went down well. Steve Barron, that would have never have went down well. If anything, that would have destroyed Michael Jackson's career there and then. There and then. It would have destroyed it. Do you know why? Because now you're trying to interpret something. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how to explain it. But, yeah. It's a good thing that never happened.
But even in the early MTV days, that just wasn't going to fly. So the video was written and directed by Bob Giraldi. Jackson asked Giraldi, at the time already an established commercial director, but who had never directed a music video, to come up with a concept for Beat It, because he really liked a commercial Giraldi previously directed. It was about a blind elderly couple who, instead of running from a rundown neighborhood all the other white people had fled from, chose to stay and throw a block party for all the young children in the area.
I want to see that.
Contrary to popular belief, the concept of the video was not based on the Broadway musical West Side Story.
I want to see that commercial. It's amazing how there's certain elements of inspiration that someone can get from something. Like, you would never, ever think that. Let's go.
Giraldi instead drawing inspiration from growing up in Paterson, New Jersey. Quote, I listened to the song over and over and realized it was about all the Italian hoodlums I grew up with. Everybody trying to be tougher than they are, but really we're all cowards at heart.
Yeah, New Jersey was full of Italians.
The video, which cost Jackson $150,000 to produce after CBS refused to finance it, was filmed on Los Angeles' Skid Row in March 1983. The short film was Jackson's first treatment depicting black youth and the streets. So to add authenticity to the production, Jackson cast members of rival Los Angeles street gangs Crips and Bloods as extras.
And till this day, most people feel like Michael Jackson was a Crip. Blue gangster, I mean, hey. But he was wearing a red jacket, so maybe he was a Blood. I don't know. He wasn't a part of a gang. He was never affiliated, all right? But he has been seen throwing up a C sign. I don't know. Let me know in the comments below. Was he a Blood, Crip? Get me. Let me know in the comments below.
Giraldi adding that while shooting, things got a little tense. So he had them shoot all scenes with the gang members on the first day.
Let me just throw the music on. Let me try and see if I can just diffuse the situation, and then we'll go home and I won't call the Crips and Bloods back tomorrow. I have enough footage of them anyway. Michael Jackson comes down the boxes and they start dancing. And then all of a sudden, the other dancers start flailing their arms and start dancing. And I'm watching the Crips and the Bloods. They're just lined up, supposedly watching this thing going on. But the looks on their faces are so fascinating. Watching young African-American, probably gay men. They were watching the beautiful grace and symmetry of the dance, of the choreography that they knew. Tough as they were, they could never do that.
In addition,
the fact that he mentioned that, I don't know what he mentioned about the G stuff, but that's fine, it's what it is. But like, again, this shows you how much influence Michael Jackson had as a whole.
In addition to around 80 genuine gang members, the video also featured 18 professional dancers and 4 breakdancers. The video's world premiere took place on MTV on March 31st, 1980.
This is why I say he also helped propel hip-hop into another stratosphere, into the stratosphere. If you know, you know. Be like breakdancing. Excuse me, come on, man.
1983, just when Billie Jean was building momentum. An idea of Frank DeLeo, the vice president of Epic Records, who convinced Jackson to release Billie Jean and Beat It in quick succession. With both videos going into hot rotation for much of the summer of 1983, DeLeo correctly predicted that both singles would reach the top 10 at the same time. Billie Jean making it to number 1, before being toppled by Come On Eileen, which stayed at number 1 for a single week, before Jackson reclaimed the top position with Beat It the following week. Billie Jean and Beat It therefore occupied the top 5 at the same time, a feat matched by very few artists.
I had played on Beat It, on Michael Jackson's record, and his album went to number 1, and our album was number 2. Our single's number one, his single's number two. Then he did that Pepsi.
Hey, it's like, how do you feel? How do you feel? Like, wait, I'm on that song that's number one, but my group, the group that I'm in, we're number two. Like, what's going on? And I wasn't supposed to be a part of this. But I'm number one. It's like, best of both worlds. It's fun.
Commercially burned his hair and he stayed at number one. Selfish, man. To this day, you know, the guys in the band still blame me for that album not going to number one.
The single remained at the top of the Hot 100.
That's funny. Brotherhood, well, obviously they're not brothers or blood related like that, but Brotherhood still, like, they're blaming him for not going to number one. I mean, hey, it is what it is. You gotta hold that, man.
For a total of 3 weeks. With sales of over 10 million worldwide, Beat It is one of the best-selling songs of all time and received the 1984 Grammy Award for Record of the Year and Best Male Rock Vocal Performance, as well as 2 American Music Awards. However, Beat It's impact extended far beyond just sales figures, as it decimated segregated radio formats and reshaped the future of pop music. Island Def Jam chairman L.A. Reid remembers being blown away. Quote, "Today we do things called mashups," he said. "Take Linkin Park and Jay-Z and put it together, and it's certainly unique, but it's not unusual." But at that time, Eddie Van Halen was at the top of his game and fit right in with Beat It. It didn't feel like a guitar solo over some R&B track. It was very organic. The idea of it was really unusual, but the results weren't strained at all. With Thriller's edgier tracks Wanna Be Startin' Something, Billie Jean, and Beat It flooding radio airwaves and populating music charts around the world.
Oh, hi. Would you like a free gift? I'm a missionary for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Michael Jackson's music revolution was in full effect. However, the singer wasn't content purely releasing catchy pop hits, but aspired to show range and prove his other talents. As Jones would put it, quote, "To penetrate, you have to go for the throat in 4, 5, 6 different areas." And after a few high-heat songs in a row, it was time to cool things down. Toto keyboardist Steve Porcaro, along with some of his other bandmates, were assisting with the production of Thriller when Quincy asked if he had anything that could be pitched for the album. Running low on cassettes, Porcaro used a tape on which he had already recorded a demo called Human Nature, putting songs intended for Quincy Jones on the reverse side and marking on the label as to the side that should be listened to. Jones's gut instinct was that Porcaro's intended tracks were not quite right for Jackson. However, he didn't stop the tape, and the cassette deck automatically started playing the other side. As Jones described it, quote, "All of a sudden, at the end, there was all this silence. There was why, da-da-da-dum, da-da-da, why. Just a dummy lyric and a very skeletal thing. I get goosebumps talking about it. I said this is where we want to go, because it's got such a wonderful flavor." Lyrically,
it's so interesting how certain songs are really put together. Do you know what I mean? Why? Telling that it's human nature. I swear SWV also sampled that as well. Do you know what I mean? And it was on the soundtrack for Free Willy, which obviously Michael Jackson was created as well.
Steve Porcaro's inspiration for Human Nature came to him after a conversation with his daughter after a boy hit her at school. Porcaro comforting her by saying, quote, "He probably likes you, and it's human nature."
We had one more mix to do, which was the song Africa. And I stopped by to see Heather on my way to the studio, and she'd had a rough day at school. And yeah, the title entered into my head, Human Nature, trying to explain why this boy who probably liked her had hit her at school that day. And the guys were in the booth putting up the mix, and I went out into the studio where the piano was. And pretty much the main chord structure of the song kind of all came to me at once.
That's mad interesting. I wonder how his daughter feels now about that story. Like, you're the peak of that inspiration, basically. You know what I mean? And what's the result of that story? Did they, like, what's the result of that story? Did they end up being friends? Like, you know, like I'm intrigued to know when you hear stories like this. It makes me question things.
He later created a demo for the track and presented it to Toto's other bandmates. However, they passed, stating it wasn't rock enough and felt the song would work better for someone else. Jones was excited about its potential, but was dissatisfied with the original lyrics. So he asked Jon Batiste, who had written hits for the likes of the Carpenters and the Pointer Sisters, to write some new ones. Porcaro, reflecting on Batiste's contribution, quote, "He just nailed it. He turned my record into a song with a beginning, middle, and end." As the song developed, Jackson's breathy, lighter-than-air performance resulted in one of Thriller's most memorable moments, an ethereal, melodic symphony that cushioned Jackson's vocals as they float and swirl before taking flight with those oh-so-perfect, and unscripted, extended exclamations of why.
Why?
By the late 1970s, Jackson's abilities as a vocalist were well regarded. Rolling Stone critic Stephen Holt.
And it's funny because I just seen a notification from 90s Baby Show, and I remember hearing it very well. Yeah, I can't remember exactly who said it. I don't know his Baby Show, whether it's Fred, Temmie, or VP. Shout them out though. But basically, they said that Michael Jackson, I think they didn't say verbatim that Michael Jackson can't sing, but in comparison to his childhood years, the vocals are different, and he's a better singer than he was in his childhood years than he was in his adult years. Like, what songs did he have where he's really, really singing? That's human nature. Do you know what I'm saying? Let's keep it moving. Let's go.
Writing that, quote, "Jackson's feathery timbered tenor is extraordinarily beautiful. It slides smoothly into a startling falsetto that's used very daringly. Jackson's vocal delivery keeps the track feeling fresh, and the intoxicating melody feels as though it has been plucked from the future or another world entirely." Even though Jackson didn't write Human Nature, the unencumbered emotion in his voice gives no doubt that Jackson found resonance in its lyrics. An outsider from his window.
Give all that noise there. Like, in a few days' time, it's bonfire night. Do you know what I mean? And these people want to be doing fireworks for what? What are you celebrating? Oh yeah, it's 31st of October 2025. We're celebrating Michael Jackson, so maybe it's that. Let's go.
Looking onto a thrilling city, the singer fantasizes about stepping out and connecting with the life that surrounds him, yet appears to be out of reach. Michael Jackson attempts to take himself off the pedestal of fame and pursue a woman he is interested in. The yearning for freedom and authentic personal connection being universal. Michael revealing desperate times of unhappiness and isolation in his autobiography. Quote, "I was so lonely. I wanted to meet people who didn't know who I was. I wanted to run into somebody who would be my friend because they liked me and needed a friend too, not because I was who I am."
I get afraid of, I don't know people. I get afraid of people sometimes. I don't. It's a whole nother life that I haven't really experienced that. Like, friendship is a thing I'm just beginning to learn about. I was raised on the stage, and that's where I'm comfortable. And everything else is like foreign to me. I'm just beginning to know and learn about people, friendship, and things like that.
Human Nature ultimately replacing another track which had already been recorded, titled Carousel. A light, playful number that echoed similar sentiments found in Off the Wall's Girlfriend and Rock With You, as well as the Jackson Brothers' earlier bubblegum hits at Motown. A flirtatious whimsy that fans grew to expect as part of a Michael Jackson record, and that was delivered on Thriller.
Literally mature.
Hey you, it's me again. Are you still wondering how much it will cost you to start up a company in the UAE? Well, guess what? We have good news for you.
They just happen to be young.
With PYT, Pretty Young Thing. Written by James Ingram and Quincy Jones with a spring in its step, PYT is the album's designated infectious party jam. While not overly complex musically nor vocally challenging, there is a sweetness embedded into the track. A moment of fun dance pop that isn't meant to change the world, but will undoubtedly shuffle your feet as you listen. Quincy Jones came up with the original title after his wife, Peggy Lipton, brought lingerie with the words "Pretty Young Thing" printed on them. From there, Jones asked several songwriters to write a track around the title. Jackson penned a mid-tempo version of PYT with keyboardist Greg Phillinganes. However, Jones wanted an upbeat track, and when James Ingram presented his demo, Jones said, quote, "That's it," and sent Ingram home to finish the lyrics. Jones then suggested they extend the bridge and add a chant section, resulting in Jones receiving his only co-writer credit on the album. Michael Jackson professed his love for the version Ingram and Jones came up with, stating that he liked the code in the lyrics and the fact that the words like tenderoni were fun rock and roll type words that couldn't be found.
And then Quincy Jones used the word tenderoni and no, wait, I'm thinking about another song. But anyway, look, hit the subscribe button, turn on your post notification. You want more content like this? Trust me, more will be on the way. Let's keep it moving. Let's go.
In the dictionary. James Ingram later described working with Jackson and Jones. Quote, "It's almost like I got the chance to go to Oz, and Quincy was the Wizard of Oz, and Michael Jackson was who he was dealing with in his world. Their work ethic is unbelievable." For backing vocals, Swadine positioned Jackson at different distances from the microphone to record each track, so to get a thicker sound. Two of Jackson's sisters, Janet and LaToya, also provided backing vocals.
I told you it was Janet and LaToya. No, I told you it was LaToya, but I didn't know it was Janet. I didn't know it was Janet. I thought it was Rebe, but Janet and LaToya? That's interesting. Hey, how much? Hey, yo.
Singing the na 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 part behind their brother towards the end of the song in the guise of being the PYTs. When eventually released on September 19, 1983, PYT had already gained popularity with listeners and was in heavy rotation on black radio. A frizzy funk tune, it was a perfect remedy for Jackson fans on the lookout for a danceable groove in the post-disco era. Michael continued to serve this niche on the Thriller album by incorporating tracks written by Rod Temperton. Having previously written hits Always and Forever and Boogie Nights as a member of the multiracial R&B group Heatwave, Temperton was at this point a trusted Jones collaborator.
Bruh, I need to learn more about this guy's legacy, bruh. Rod Temperton. Rod Temperton.
Having previously contributed to Jackson's Off the Wall album, its title track Burned This Disco Out, and the mega hit Rock With You. Writing the upbeat but ultimately unreleased Got the Hots and Hot Street, Temperton ended up contributing 3 other songs that made it onto Thriller. This included the funk soul groove Baby Be Mine that finds Jackson in a more carefree space.
Alright, listen, you know, when I talk about Billie Jean, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Let's just say the real Billie Jean has a song called Baby Be Mine as well. Also released in the 80s. But we move, let's go.
Vocally than elsewhere on the album. Quincy Jones refers to Baby Be Mine as Coltrane done in a pop song. Quote, "Take a close look at Baby Be Mine," he said, starting to scat. "It goes deedle-dee-doo, dee-dee-dee. That's Coltrane, man. It's got pop lyrics and a beat, but it's Coltrane. It all came from the same place." The frequent chord changes and occasional key shifts reflect bebop values, as do the quick splashes of background vocal fills. The production and specifically Jackson's vocals elevate the song from being purely filler, as one expects it would be on a lesser artist's album.
Like, can you imagine every song on the album is a hit? Every one of them. Every one.
Yeah, I mean, like, I hear this all the time where you'll get like agencies or coaches or consultants that tell me that like I've tried the content game.
However, Rob Temperton wasn't satisfied just writing the more frivolous pop tracks on the album and was inspired to write something more theatrical to suit Jackson's larger-than-life stage persona. Temperton improvised with bass and drum patterns until he developed the bass line that runs through the track. Then he wrote a chord progression that built to a climax. He recalled, quote, "I wanted it to build and build, a bit like stretching an elastic band throughout the tune to heighten suspense." Temperton's first version was titled Starlight, with the chorus lyric, quote, "Give me some starlight, starlight sun." Quincy felt that the song should be the album's title track, but felt Starlight was not strong enough of a title. Instead, they wanted something much more mysterious to match Jackson's evolving persona. Saying to the songwriter, quote, "You managed to come up with a title for the last album. See what you can do for this one." Temperton revealing, quote, "I went back to the hotel, wrote 200 or 300 titles, and came up with Midnight Man." Jones felt Temperton was going in the right direction, but still wasn't quite there yet. Quote, "The next morning I woke up and I just said this word. Something in my head just said this is the title. You could visualize it at the top of the Billboard charts. You could see the merchandising for this one word, how it jumped off the page as Thriller." With the title decided, Temperton wrote its lyrics within a couple of hours. Somehow the British songwriter picked up on Jackson's love of horror movies and gave the lyrics a more ominous.
I need to see where in Britain Rod Temperton is from. I need to know. I just need to know. Oh wait, hang on. Rest in peace, Rod Temperton as well. Damn. He's from London. Where in London? I need to know where in London. He's from Lincolnshire. No, he was born in Lincolnshire. Rod Temperton was not from Monkerston, he was from Lincolnshire. Okay, so all right, that's fine. Let's go. Let's keep moving.
Feel. The song found a balance between a Broadway-style narrative and a thumping, irresistible dance floor beat. Temperton envisioned a spoken word sequence for the ending, but did not know what form it should take. It was decided that it had to be performed by a famous voice from the horror genre, with Jones's then-wife suggesting friend Vincent Price. Temperton composed the words for Price's part in a taxi on the way to the studio on the day of recording. Quote, "Rod wrote this brilliant Edgar Allan Poe spiel," said Jones, "and Vincent really understood it. Vincent did it in 2 takes. Incorporating sound effects such as creaking doors, thunder, footsteps, wind, and howling dogs, or more like Michael giving his best imitations. As soon as you hear the opening of Thriller, it's difficult not to conjure up visuals for its short film. But before its iconic imagery was burned into our collective consciousness, Thriller was just this catchy but kooky track in the middle of an otherwise mature album. For that reason, Thriller was not initially planned as a single, as Epic saw it being more of a novelty song. When asked, Walter Yetnikoff saying, quote, "Who wants a single about monsters?"
And it's funny him saying, knowing that he said that, yeah, it's only because, here's the other thing, yeah, you got to remember there's 2 sides to this. There's a side where the record executives feel like we can't keep on putting out money for this album. It's already exceeded its limitations, so we have to keep it like that so we can, you know, make more money from the album. You don't have to do much to make more money from the album. Why spend more money to make more money from the album? It doesn't make no sense, because every song has done its job that it's supposed to do. So I get it, but it is what it is. Let's go.
However, after the album dropped from the top of Billboard 200 in the summer of 1983, having spent months at number 1, the singer urged Yetnikoff to help conceive a plan to return the album to the top of the charts. Obsessive about his sales figures, Jackson's manager Frank DeLeo suggested releasing Thriller as a single, backed by a new music video. Quote, "It's simple. All you've got to do is dance, sing, and make it scary." After seeing the 1981 horror film An American Werewolf in London, Jackson contacted its director John Landis. A bold move, as film directors had not worked on music videos before, but Landis was intrigued.
I thought, I don't want to do a video. They're commercials to sell records. That's not my interest. And then I thought, well, wait a minute. It'd be fun to shoot a musical number correctly. I had hoped that to exploit his celebrity to bring
the fact that he said correctly, he had a vision.
Back the theatrical short. And he was very enthusiastic about it. And I went home and I wrote a script that would be a 2-reeler. And I brought it back and he loved it. He said, though, the only difference was he said, "Can the zombies dance?" Sure.
The director suggested they make a theatrical short on 35mm film with the production values of a feature film, rather than a standard music video. With a budget of $500,000, Thriller was going to be a much larger endeavor than any other music video before it. According to the director, when he called Walter Yetnikoff to propose the film, He swore so loudly Landis had to remove the phone from his ear. From the record label's perspective, they had little interest in making another video, believing that the album had already peaked.
And that's the thing, if the album's already peaked from their point of view, you gotta understand. How they gotta think about how much, they gotta think about the profit margins. So I can see it. I can see it. But if Michael Jackson's team is what in general can see, no, we can do bigger and better, and we want to remain in the charts. All right, cool. In this day and age, could that work? I'm not saying for if there was a Michael Jackson, but in this day and age, what artist can get away with doing something like that? I don't think there's any artist that can really get away with doing something like that. I really don't.
MTV, who benefited greatly from Jackson's earlier visual output, had a policy of not financing music videos, instead expecting record companies to pay for them in order to promote their artists. With Epic only contributing $100,000, Landis's producer George Folsey Jr. suggested a making of a documentary that, combined with the full-length video, would produce an hour-long film that could be sold to television to help finance its production. When the idea was proposed to networks, Showtime agreed to pay for half its budget, and MTV confirmed they would pay the rest, justifying their expenditure as financing a motion picture and not just a music video.
This is going to blow your mind. Kids can design games, and no, I'm not talking about those games. I'm talking about...
Hey, yo, that got me.
Quote, I wanted something that would glue you to the set, something you'd want to watch over and over, Michael wrote in his 1988 memoir. I wanted to be a pioneer in this relatively new medium and make the best short music movies we could make. Thriller was even an event when it was being shot in October 1983. Marlon Brando, Fred Astaire, Rock Hudson, and Jackie Kennedy Onassis all turned up on set, and Eddie Murphy, Prince, and Diana Ross spotted at its private premiere on the 14th of November. A week later, it was first shown to the public. To be eligible for the Oscars, it needed a week-long theatrical release. Landis arranged for it to open bizarrely at Disney's Fantasia at a single cinema in LA, nominated by the Academy. Then at midnight on 2nd of December, after weeks of trailers and media hype, MTV debuted Thriller to the world. The video opens with a disclaimer stating that Jackson in no way endorses supernatural practices, a decision made to help stem criticism from Mike's Jehovah's Witness faith. In the short film's extended prologue, Mike's moonlit date with his girlfriend, played by model Ola Ray, is cut short when their car breaks down. Jack is transformed into a howling creature and attacks his date.
Bruh, I'm still just in awe that he had people like the first lady of the White House and that. Like, yo, only Mike, man. Name another artist that can do that. I don't think there's any. There's not any that could do that. Any.
The real Michael and Ola observe the scene in a movie theater and decide to leave after she gets spooked. Michael continues to tease her as they walk through empty streets, and nearby a horde of zombies rise from their graves, threatening the couple. To Ola's horror, Michael transforms into one of them himself and leads the troop of zombies into a choreographed dance routine. Afterwards, Michael and the other zombies corner Ola in an abandoned house, only for her to realize it was all a nightmare. Though Michael offers a last, beast-eyed glance at the camera before the credits roll. While the music video has plenty of visual elements that have since become iconic, particularly Jackson's red moto-style jacket and matching pants, the Thriller dance sequence, developed by choreographer Michael Peters, is one of the most distinctive and imitated choreographies of all time.
Exactly. I might have to do a full-on reaction another day of, do you know what I mean? The Thriller Challenge 2025. I want to wait for other people to do their stuff, post it, and then I will react to everyone else's. Do you know what I mean? I don't know how many I would do, but I feel like I need to do something like that, man. Like react to it, because like, come on, man. Like, Mike's the GOAT, man. Like, I'm gonna repeat, he's the GOAT.
Vincent Patterson was asked to train Jackson and the other dancers for 4 days before they filmed, as well as appear as a zombie in the video himself. Quote, I thought Peters hit the target immediately, Patterson recalls. It was technical to a point. You couldn't be too technical with Michael Jackson. He wasn't an extremely trained dancer, but he could pick up things very. Other iconic scenes in the music video included Michael's various terrifying metamorphoses. Inspired by American Werewolf in London, Jackson initially wanted to be transformed into a four-legged beast. However, this idea was soon replaced with a two-legged monster so Michael could still dance. John Landis suggested that Jackson should become a werewolf in a 1950s setting, inspired by the 1957 film I Was a Teenage Werewolf. However, special effects makeup artist Rick Baker decided to instead turn Jackson into a werecat. Quote, because I just didn't want to do another werewolf.
Leave in the comments bit below. Did you even care if it was a werewolf or werecat? Because he still looked like a werewolf and he still looks scary and that. Let's keep it real. Like, I'm trying to
said.
And I discovered he really just wanted to turn into a monster. That was his desire. He loved it. And we showed him all these photos of monsters from different movies. Learned he'd never seen any of these movies. I mean, he knew Bride of Frankenstein was like, and King Kong. It was like it. He had never seen anything. But he wanted to turn into the werewolf like David Naughton did, which David was 4-footed. It turned into a, and I said, Mike, if you're gonna dance, it'll be hard with 4 feet. I said, let's, do like I Was a Teenage Werewolf, Michael Landon, which is why he's wearing a Letterman's jacket. It's a 50s thing. And Rick eventually created that kind of leonine, sort of a cat monster, werecat thing, who's kind of elegant,
Initially envisioning a werecat that would resemble a Black Panther, Rick eventually added a longer mane and larger ears. According to Landon,
I'm intrigued about the Black Panther element. I'm very intrigued.
The production involved the largest makeup team in film history up to that point, with 40 artists making up Jackson, dancers, and other extras into terrifying depictions of the undead. During its development, John Landis insisted that Jackson's transformations couldn't be too unattractive, but Baker was amused at how into the idea of turning into a monster Michael was. Quote, I thought he's like a rock star. I don't think he's going to want to wear this makeup. But it turned out that's what he wanted to do more than anything, Baker recalled.
But you also did personal makeups for Michael, too, after that.
I didn't.
Never?
No. He wanted me to make pieces for him, disguise pieces and stuff, so he could go out. But he wanted to put them on himself. And I really felt we couldn't do what he really wanted, and he couldn't put it on in a way. I remember there was a picture in the National Enquirer of Michael with a afro wig on and his face painted gray, and it said it was a $10,000 makeup by makeup artist Rick Baker.
Great, nice commercial.
Yeah, and that's exactly why I didn't want to do it.
The funny thing about that is just
after the video premiere and the Making Michael Jackson's Thriller documentary was released on VHS, it attracted more than 100,000 advance orders, going on to sell nearly 10 million copies and winning a Grammy for Best Video Album in 1985. The video's success also doubled the already sensational numbers in album sales. Thriller would go on to receive 3 MTV Video Music Awards for Best Overall Performance in a Video, Best Choreography in a Video, and Viewer's Choice, as well as a People's Choice Award for Favorite Video of the Year. The song had been certified diamond, selling over 10 million units, and Thriller continues to chart every Halloween season, reaching #1 on 3 different Billboard charts the week of November.
Look. And it's still Billboard's Hot 100 that did, or Billboards that would insinuate, not even insinuate, they were the ones who did the list of saying Michael Jackson's Thriller is at number 22. Really? And you were there at the time and you're doing this? All right, cool, whatever. At this point, it's just promo.
November 8th, 2023, some 40 years after its initial release.
Imagine bringing your side project to life just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation.
Another Rob Temperton track that made it onto Thriller, one of the only 2 that wasn't released as a single, was The Lady in My Life. Chosen to close the record out, the classic Sinatra-style ballad provides a finale full of grace and dripping with old-school soul. Michael wasn't a stranger to a ballad, but this wasn't some love song about a rat. Quincy Jones wanted to challenge Michael to
Jackson's
perform
full story
something
another
with
time.
much more soul
What I'm
and
gonna do in
depth
the
to
Jackson
it.
5.
The lady in my life isn't recounting an innocent crush or the bubbling excitement of a new romance. It's much more mature and committed with its intention. Quote, "We were used to doing a lot of takes in order to get the vocal as nearly perfect as possible, but Quincy wasn't satisfied with my work on that song," Michael Jackson remembered. Finally, he took me aside late one session and told me he wanted me to beg. That's what he said. He wanted me to go back to the studio and literally beg for it. Therefore, Michael went into the studio and had them turn off the lights and close the curtains so not to feel self-conscious. Quincy started the tape and Jackson begged profusely, and the result is what you can hear on the record today. Described as the closest Jackson has come to crooning a sexy, soulful ballad after his Motown years, The Lady in My Life is another slice of perfect production.
I mean, he's always done that after the Motown years. But if you haven't listened, then you're not a true Michael Jackson fan.
Seductive and smooth, the song slowly builds with Jackson's sublimely pure vocals and enticing melodies. Originally recorded with extra verses, timing constraints on vinyl forced the song to be trimmed back. Sacrificed was more than 2 minutes of Jackson's ad-libs in an extended outro that showcases his brilliance as a natural vocalist. Never to be performed live, nor did it receive a video, the track remains a mysterious glimmer of Jackson's undefinable magic. Through the pulsating beats and electrifying melodies of Thriller, Michael Jackson truly transcended the boundaries of music to create a timeless masterpiece that still resonates with audiences across the globe. Its success gave Jackson an unprecedented level of cultural power never previously achieved by a black artist, leading him to being honored by the president at the White House as the most significant entertainer of a generation. Thriller was the first album to spend 37 non-consecutive weeks at #1 on the Billboard 200, conquering the Grammys in 1984, winning a record-breaking 8 awards including Album of the Year, a space and time when Jackson's unparalleled talent and creative vision single-handedly ignited a revolution in music, forever altering the landscape of popular culture.
Facts.
Greatness that cannot be replicated ever again in quite the same way, but can still inspire those brave enough to meet the standard Michael Jackson set all those years ago, whether yesterday, today, or forevermore.
I want the hat. I will react to this another time. You know what I mean? So stay tuned for that. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. All that. Let me see what people are saying in the comments real quick. Get me?
What create your
So obviously I'm gonna hit the like button on that clearly. All right, Thriller record will never be beaten, never, and Taylor Swift highest-selling album sold 10.9 units. Listen, let's not do this division thing, all right? Let's not do this. Taylor Swift is Taylor Swift and Michael Jackson is Michael Jackson. Do you know what I mean? Let's not do this. Beautiful video. We love you, Michael Jackson. We miss you. I love you, BG, forever. All right, so how can you be a father of only one of the twins? I know that's insane, right? Well, Michael, Quincy and their team were very tactical, executed perfectly, OMG, and the deadline, November 8th, my birthday. All right. Thriller is truly a masterpiece. Get me? Thriller is truly a masterpiece. But anyway, let me know what your thoughts are in the comments below. Get me? Because obviously, at the end of the day, when it comes down to Michael Jackson, he's got hits and hits upon hits. But that album in itself, the song Thriller itself, is forever will be it will forever be a classic. There's no one that can deny that or take that from him. Nobody, no one can take that from him. You know what I mean? Because he literally changed the music industry. And I don't think no other artist, I could be wrong, but I don't think, regardless of any technology change, I don't see any other artist doing exactly what Michael Jackson did. Now, I could be completely wrong, yeah? And if I'm wrong, all right, cool, whatever in it. I'm happy to stand on 10 toes and be like, sorry, I'm wrong. Do you know what I mean? But I don't think we're ever going to see anything quite like Thriller, like the album Thriller. This is why I had to react to this and make you realize how this album, and it will always be number one, no matter what. It literally changed the game. It changed the game, not just music industry, but other industries, imagine it, other industries. But anyway, make sure you stay tuned. Keep on your post notifications so when I go live or do a post or even in a community tab, get me stay active, get me share. Yeah.